Welcome back, everybody, to Zenith League. We have an amazing matchup here today between two of the best teams in the league in our upper finals. I am your caster, Shadow Dweller, with my co-caster here, Gablet, and
Hello.
welcome in. Are you excited for today?
Welcome in. Yeah. It should be a great matchup. Always good to see what is potentially going to be a little snapshot of the finals if both these teams happen to meet again. We actually haven't seen these two teams face before, I believe, as I think there was a bit of a mix-up with the first time they were supposed to face in the regular season, and I think Roswell Green didn't show up, so we've not actually seen these two teams face each other. So this will be a very interesting match. I get a full 5-match series, maybe. If we're lucky.
I mean, hopefully, that's what I think everyone hopes for when watching esports. Is you always want to go to the third map, the 5 game series, the 7 game series, whatever it is. You always
Full
want to see
way.
it go the full distance, and I think these rosters have the ability to do so. Such strong players on either side. It's going to be great to see like Knight versus Linkazo and all these matchups. Just a reminder of the rosters. It is Fronta, Fido, Linkazo, Ara, and Kill for Cyclone Gaming. And for the side of actually, sorry, it'll be Palomito at ADC for our other rosters weren't displayed properly. Um, and then for Oswald Green, Cubis, Jin, Knight, Dr. Mate, and Gusano. And I've casted Roswell Green a lot, and I think that you have to keep your eyes on Knight and Dr. Mate. They are the driving factors behind that team, but Cubis and Jin can do so much damage as well, as we see my cat in the background wanting to make a little bit of an appearance. But who do you have your eyes on here for this match, Gablet?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a lot of fun when you look at these matchups. One to definitely keep an eye on is in that mid lane. Both of these players, they have not so much of a similar champ. There is a similar champ pool there, but really, you want to look at both of their most played when it comes to ranked is that Hui. So it's definitely one of those big picks to be looking at for the first few games. Whichever team happens to be on the blue side definitely has a bit of an advantage there. Getting the first pick could stale away that way from the competition. Um, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Another fun one to watch is the bot lane. I think both supports do like to play some of these more explosive catch support picks. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely somewhere to watch down there. But I mean, in all of these sorts of matches, when it comes to pro play, really you tend to look more towards the jungler. Where is the jungler pathing? Where does the jungler look? And it does tend to come down to where these jungle matchups kind of clash together, where they like to gank. So
Yeah, I agree. And I've watched. I haven't watched as much of Cyclone Gaming. I think I said the wrong name earlier. I think I said Dangerous Game earlier. Um, I've watched a bit of Cyclone Gaming, and the thing is, these junglers do like to be, for both sides, like to be explosive and like to go more towards the bot side. I know, especially for Roswell Green, from what I've seen from them, Cubis often finds himself alone in the top side, but they feel more than comfortable having him in the 1v1. And so I expect there to be a lot of action towards the bot side, especially early, as for both of these teams, the carries of the team are the carries. And I know, especially for Jin, he does like to get aggressive, but we will get here into the draft. And you mentioned the Hui coming out, but is there anyone else you have an eye on as maybe an early first pick or an early ban?
yeah, so I think it'll be very interesting. It's always hard with the first game of the series to be able to predict what teams are going to pick ban unless there's something that's really obviously high priority for both teams, which we have seen banned already. So there's nothing else when you look initially at these two teams that's really a big crossover between them. So at this point, they're just probably getting away from champions from the opponents that they don't want to face. Maybe it's a champion specific one, maybe it's an opponent specific one, but it'll give us a lot of information on what these two teams are scared of from each other. You can see Roswell Green there are focusing a lot towards that top side. Like you mentioned, they like to leave Cubis kind of alone up there, so they're just trying to give him a bit of a better matchup in some of these fights. We do have first pick will be Cyclone Gaming to pick, and it looks like they're going to lock in the Karma. This can be a flex pick. It's worth noting, however, you do tend to see it go towards the bottom side in that support position more often. That said, their mid laner is a Karma player. So flex pick's always great to start with, always very strong. Karma is actually a really good champion when it comes to team fights. Very strong, especially when you use that ult-empowered E to give your entire team the shield and speed up, so not surprised to see that. It will be countered by a Caitlyn. That's just the most played champion for Palamito, being stolen away there. So this is something you'll often also see a lot, is a lot of those pickaways. If you see the enemy team likes to play a champion a lot, but you can also play it to a decent thing, why not just take it away? It's as effective as doing a ban.
I agree with you there, but the question is, do they feel comfortable with the Caitlyn? I think for the side of Roswild Green, that Dr. Mate does feel comfortable. I've seen him play Caitlyn before.
Yeah.
And last time I casted Cyclone Gaming, this was a flex pick Karma that went into the mid lane and dominated a Jax in the mid lane. I believe it was, or I may be misremembering, but the Jax will be coming out for Cyclone Gaming, and I think it's an interesting team comp that I'm seeing right now, is kind of Sivir and Jax can just run you into the dirt and mud. And for the side of Roswell Green, always going to be interesting to see Zehen come out as obviously the newest champion in League, and we don't know maybe how much experience Incubus has on him.
Yes, something to note with the Zehen as well, now that it has been locked in for Oswald Green, is you tend to want some good CC to deal with it, something that can lock it down or just get it away from you, because when that Zehen really gets onto you, he gets those stacks up, it can be very hard to kill him with the amount that he can actually revive himself. We do see Roswell Green lock in the Leona as a just strong support. It's a very strong engaged support, pairs very well with the Caitlyn. Of course, the classic is the Alistar, but Leona will honestly do just as well in that position. It suggests Roswell might think that it is a Karma support. And actually the fact, interestingly, they're banning out the Shen, so they seem to be implying that they think that this is a Jax jungle. But yeah, so one thing to really note here is Cyclone Gaming do not have a lot of lockdown. They do not have a lot of CC for the Zahen, so I kind of expect Cyclone Gaming, they'll try and lock in some more CC as their last few options, something to help deal with that Zahen when you get more towards the team fights. Roswell Green currently completely lacking in AP damage. We'd be expecting them to potentially lock in a mid laner or someone that can bring some good AP from the jungle or top position. Zehen, obviously a bit of a flex, can go to either.
Yeah, and I'm always excuse me, I'm always interested to see these bans come out, as I wonder if teams just are going to try to ban away everyone's best champions, ban away what they don't want to play against. But now the Victor comes out, and Roswell Green are going to have a dangerous late game between the Caitlyn and between the Victor. But do you think this is the right move to kind of blind pick your mid laner here?
Yeah, I mean, so you've done one or two things here. You've had to blind pick essentially your mid laner or your top. You've already locked in the Zehen, so the only place you can really move him to kind of safely is the jungle. So by leaving open your final pick being the jungler or top laner here, you kind of allow Zehen to flex between these two roles. You get to see who Cyclone Gaming is sending up there in the top lane first before you decide whether you want to take that matchup. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I mean, Victor can't be punished anywhere near as hard as Zehen could be punished in the top lane, so it kind of gives you a lot more safety. Cyclone Gaming with the Braum pick, honestly, this is a very low range comp they're looking at, and there is not a lot of CC. We might see the Zehen just run amok here if he doesn't fall too far behind. Oh, but Mundo.
Oh,
So Mundo
Mundo
provide some
goes
good
where Mundo
AP damage.
pleases.
Yeah. So we got a champion as well.
That's
He can
scary.
ignore the CC from Leona. That's very scary.
Here's the
Um,
problem with Dr. Mundo here is you need someone who's going to shred him and kill him quickly. And the Mundo and Jax, we won't know where this is going, but that's a good counter pick into the Dr. Mundo and Alawi. I play Dr. Mundo myself now. I play him in the jungle, but if this is a top Mundo, that is a great pick to help shut it down, as it's one of the few champions that can absolutely shred through his health bar in an instant. But whose draft are you favoring here?
so the one problem that I really see right now with Cyclone Gaming's draft is how do they deal with this Zehen? They really need to catch him off guard and stun him up quickly, otherwise he will just run a complete mock through them, through Cyclone Gaming's lines. Meanwhile, Roswell Green, they have range, they have a damage CC profile, they have a strong frontline, they have a bit of everything. They've got a more well-rounded, quite honestly easier to play team comp, even if you just pull the Zehen out of that, who's he's very much a sink or swim kind of champion in a lot of games. So overall, I would tend to prefer to be on Roswell Green's side here. Just if you're just saying you don't know who your teammates are, particularly if you've not particularly practiced the kind of comps, they definitely have an easier comp to execute in this game.
I honestly prefer Cyclone Gaming's team comp here if it's me, because I think that the Dr. Mundo is scary, and I think with the Call of the Wild, and this is going to be a team comp that's going to run you into the ground. And the thing is, for the Roswell Green side, they do not have a lot of disengage. Now, there are some scary things to walk into between the Alawi tentacles and the Caitlyn traps. It can definitely be kind of sketchy to walk into. And you're also going to be walking into that Zehen, as you said, who's going to be able to stack his passive very quickly. But I'm still nervous because if you don't have the perfect team fight setup where your Caitlyn and your Victor are safe in the back, you are going to be run into the ground. If Caitlyn's caught in the wrong position, there is no getting away from this team comp. The Glacial Fissure and Mundo goes where he pleases, and the Sivir's Call of the Wild and the Jax jump, like there is no way to get her out of there if she's in a bad spot. So I'm going to be looking at Dr. Mate and Knight to stay very safe. And when I've casted them before, they sometimes put themselves in really bad positions. Now, they have had good positioning before, but it's going to be sketchy looking at how these team fights are going to go.
Yeah, I mean, really, this will come down a lot to how this early game goes. It's one of those games where neither of the team comps really counters the other one so badly that they just need to stay in the game to win. If one of these team comps does get ahead, you are looking to that team to really sort of just press their lead in the way that their team comp wants to play to get forwards. We do have a little bit of an idea of where where Cyclone Gaming's champions might go, just from what the jungler tends to prefer to play, and the fact that their top laner has a Mundo game recently. He's been playing a little bit of Mundo, so and I don't see any Jax recently, so I would kind of be expecting this might be a top lane Mundo and a Jax jungle. Whether that's really where you want to put them,
absolutely
yeah,
not. Like, as someone who watches a lot of Mundo and pro play, I play Mundo myself in the jungle. The thing about Mundo is he's very hard to kill, but Alawi is one of the few characters in the game that can genuinely shred his health bar. And I think it would be better if this is a Mundo jungle compared to a Jax jungle. So if this is Mundo top, I would have to say that for the side of Fronta, you must feel really uncomfortable on Jax if you're going to play this Mundo. I think this is. There are not many matchups in League that are bad for a Mundo, and it's mainly just tank shredders. But even then, though, if you get far enough ahead, that will be fine for you. But I'm really looking at Cubis to kind of stop the scaling of the Mundo's health if this is in fact a Mundo into the top side, and I think you will have a relatively harsh laning phase against the Alawi, as you will be zoned out away from the wave, and it will be difficult to walk up into it. But ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin your upper bracket final between Cyclone Gaming and Roswild Green. A best of 5 to decide who will be going to the grand finals.
Yeah, and here we go. So let's do a little quick check on summoners on Rune, see if anything looks a bit uncommon. To be honest, not really. When you look at this, you kind of expect everything to see. If you don't know about Dr. Mundo a lot, Ghost is a fairly normal thing to take on him. Mundo likes to go where he pleases, so that's a really good place to go. We also see Grasp on Alawi. Sometimes you'll tend to see her take something like the Conqueror instead. But in this case, she's just going to be trading a little bit, going more towards stacking a little bit more health for that later game.
I will
But we're just going into the game. Interestingly, we've got an Invade coming out here.
Oh, wow.
From CG, they've found there's a hen in the jungle here, taking him very low. And they will just be an easy pickup first kill.
Wow. Yeah, that's I mean, Jin tried to stick around and take the red buff, and he got punished for it. And I will say it is a little interesting to see Grasp on the Mundo, as usually you go more towards fleet footwork, but that may just be more for jungle Mundo and not top Mundo. But you can see Fronta is going to be zoned off early and have to clear the tentacles out of the way if he wants to advance. And for this Jax, already an almost 500 gold lead is what you want to see if you're the side of Cyclone Gaming.
Yeah, and it's not just that Jax being ahead, it's really there's a hen being behind. By slowing him down, taking that red buff, you really hurt his early clear. It's going to slow him a lot more going into this early to mid game. And it's going to mean that you don't have to be quite as worried when looking towards these early objectives, because he's going to struggle to contest them.
Yeah, and now you see Cubis starting to zone off Fronta, and this is why I was worried about this Mundo going into the Alawi. But the good thing about Mundo is you don't need to be winning for your presence to be felt. You can still be down a little bit and have your tanky presence felt and go where you please and all that. The push, 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 as they like to say. But over in this mid lane, it's going to be interesting to see Linkazo playing the Karma. This is the second time I've seen him bring it out. And going to be a little bit of trading here in the mid lane with Jin kind of waiting in the wings. But what lane are you keeping an eye on for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, the two places to really look at are this top lane and this bot lane. The top lane is mostly just to keep an eye on, can Cubis really put the pressure onto Fronta, push him down early, get this advantage over the Mundo. So far, very small CS lead being built up, which is just, it's combating that early assist gold. And the other place is the bot lane, because you really want to see whether this Caitlyn, with the extra pressure from the Leona, is able to build a CS lead over the Sivir. And so far, it's actually going the other way. So not what you'd want to be seeing if you're a fan of Roswild Gaming for this early game in the bottom lane. But maybe with an early back, they'll be able to pull something back.
Yeah, and already the gold lead's starting to separate, which is really not what you want to see, as the bottom lane is falling behind in CS really early. And I talked about how important Dr. Mate is to this team, and this is not what you want to see happening if you're the side of Roswell Green.
Yeah, it's still very early game. You would hope for your Caitlyn to get ahead, but there's still a lot of time. I wouldn't be too worried for the moment. Um, Another thing to note is that Jin has been able to successfully complete his first real clear without getting too badly punished on that Sahen. So Vito didn't manage to really push anything from that early advantage. You don't need to, but you can really just snowball the game out of control if you can pull an enemy jungler backwards like that. And where you want to take a look at going forwards now is the first objective starting to spawn. Keep an eye towards that bottom lane. Mountain Drake is a deceptively good early Drake. It gives you, you know, 1 or 2 extra MR, but when you start to add that up over all of the amount of damage that you're going to take, it can actually be pretty good and pretty useful for you, especially if you're a champion that's not building much early armor or MR. That can be the difference between like 3 or 4% damage reduction even.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm always interested to see what jungler wants to get more aggressive early on for the Drakes. As we see that Jin's going to go to the top side, and Fido it will be going towards the bot side, maybe looking for a gank. But they will place the ward down, so he should be snuffed out and he will back up. But as a jungler, I always like to go and Drake stack early because of how much pressure it applies later on into the game. And I'm interested to see if either of these junglers really want to rip that first Drake early or not.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Roswald Green going for it unless they can get a big team fight or a big advantage somewhere. Zahen, again, it's just one of those champions that early on in the jungle, you're not really going to be looking to go for some of these early objectives, especially after being pushed down. We actually see a lane swap coming out here. So that back coming out from CG is coordinated between their top and bot. They're going to send the Sivir from up to the top lane, and more crucially, they're going to give Fronter a bit of breathing room to try and pull back some of this advantage the Alawi's been building, already up to over 150 gold. So, you know, add another 5 minutes into the game, and you're starting to look at just a kill's worth of gold already being gone. Although it
Yeah,
doesn't look like
and
Roswald Green really want to swap back. They seem perfectly happy to just sit in these matchups. I'm not sure if that's the best use for them. With the grubs
I
spawning, it
think
looks
they
like we're gonna
just
have a
want
straight
to
trade.
get I think they just want to get Dr. Mate a bit more caught up. He was struggling into that Sivir matchup, which Sivir is a strong early game champion. So I think they want to use this and say, hey, Fronta, no matter where you go, there's not a good spot for you. And the Alawi will be just fine while we continue to keep Fronta kind of held down as the Caitlyn will get to free farm.
Yeah, it does give the Caitlyn something to move forwards with. The main thing that's interesting here is just that trade of the objectives. I mean, the grubs definitely have a lot of value for both teams. Both teams have a top laner that could just, you know, push out of control, but Alawi's going in with the ult. Pushing back.
Yeah, and yeah, they will have to retreat, and we see Fronta just taking a lot of
Shoot is able
damage.
to
But
take
now
this.
Palomito may be in some danger, but Kill and Palomito should be able
Got a
to get out
dodge.
of there as the tentacles will swing down, and some nice footwork will get them out of there. But that's the other thing I was going to say is that on this Alawi, this isn't horrible, as you can definitely get some things back, but we may finally see the lane swap back. Now the question is, do Roswild read this, as everyone will be going back to base and it seems like they're just going to stick with the proper assigned lanes and have Gusano roam.
Yeah, I think the other interesting thing to ask here is, would Roswald care if the lanes swap back? When you look, it didn't really help them, CG, all that much to do those lane swaps. Although the Mundo has now managed to catch up a little bit on the gold and CS, you've also kind of evened out the CS differential between the two bot laners, as there was a small lead before the Civ before. So I don't think that Roswald really mind. Although they're going in on Dr. Mate, he could be in a lot of trouble. Stunned up under the tower, and easy pick up there onto the Palamito Sivir.
Yeah, but notice how much was burned. You burned 3 ultimates and kills, both of Kill's summoners along with Fido's flash. Now you did get both summoners off of Dr. Mate, but I mean, I'm still happy that you got the ultimates off of Fido, Palomito, and Kill along with 2 flashes. I don't know how worth it that trade was for the side of Cyclone Gaming.
The thing is, you have to remember about Sivir. Sivir's one of these champions. She kind of needs to stay in the game, needs to stay even or ahead to be very useful. Putting the Sivir behind, it's a pretty classic play. You just chain gank the Sivir to put her behind to the point where she's not too useful of a champion anymore. We'll have to see whether the fact that the Sivir's flash is down is punished at any point in the next 5 minutes or so. Small trades down in the bot lane.
I think you mean that Caitlyn. Sivir has her flash still.
Yep.
All good.
Caitlyn is exactly
hey, you're the analyst, not me. I was like, wait. I thought I misspoke. But I definitely agree with you there. Caitlyn does have to stay relevant. So definitely something to keep in mind. And especially you're going to need the Caitlyn and the Alawi if you're going to go through this window later on. Knight just does not have the means to go through Fronta later on in the game. But the thing to keep in mind is that Dr. Mundo will use stack health first in summer or magic resist. So something to keep an eye on. And the next Drake is up in a minute. So keep your eye on that, as Roswell Green maybe want to make and start taking control for that now. That way they can start Drake stacking.
Yeah, I think it might be a bit of a struggle with them, as the current setup of the map and strength of their champions doesn't really favor them. You can see the full Triforce finished on the Jax compared to just some components for Zehen. So the Zehen definitely not in a position to fight this right now. Similarly, no full items completed on either of the bot laners, but it looks like CG are just happy to take as many plates as they possibly can in this bottom lane using those early grubs that they picked up. A good use of the grubs. You don't tend to see people actually use them early often.
Yeah, but with the power of the Mundo, and these grubs are going to mean that you cannot leave them alone in a side lane. Speaking of being left alone, Knight may be left alone to a grave here.
Trouble.
And the health potions will get him out of there, but he went back in and stepped towards him, and he will be punished.
Yeah, and just good knowledge from Linkelzo about his champion's limits there, knowing that he can use the empowered W on the Karma to get back a bunch of health and continue that fight. And with the smaller cooldowns that he has, able to just win out. But there's a big fight in the bottom lane. There's one picked up already. Yeah, and unfortunately for CG, Fito's on the Drake.
Yeah, and Fido, he has to try to get out of there, but he's going to be stunned up, and the Drake is stolen away, and Fido's going to go back in right on top of Jin, and now Linkazo's going to flash over the wall, but the CC Amin is going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer, but Fido will go down, and now Knight is here, and Linkazo's going to be in trouble, but Dr. Mate's in trouble on the backside, as Palomito Palomino looking to take down Gusano, and he will take it down, but Palomino is still in trouble, and so is Dr. Mate. But Linkazo, caught on the wrong side of history, only can walk into their faces as the Kentech Drake heals are going to come out, but it's not enough damage. Knight is left alone with Palomino, and he's going to flash away, but he may have an opportunity onto him. The barrier comes out, and Palomino almost has him killed, but both will walk away, missing an arm and a leg, and that will be a 2 for 2.
And although it's a 2 for 2, you gotta say you're still pretty happy on the side of CG to come out of that. You might have lost the Drake, but a lot of the gold has gone onto this Sivir, and none of the gold on the other side went onto the Caitlyn. Your AD carry right now is a lot stronger than the enemy AD carry. That's a full 1,000 gold difference, 700 in the jungle as well. And where's the gold advantage for the side of Roswell? It's currently on the support. Cubis caught out a little bit here, but should probably be fine. It's going to try and turn around. Not sure about that one.
Fine.
Might have just been able to walk out, but Cubis just limit testing a little bit. Finding out, yes, in fact, that was past the limit and gives over 1 kill.
Yeah, and not really the time to limit test right now, as this is not looking great. A 2,500 gold lead over for the side of Cyclone Gaming, and Fronta will take the first turret, and that is also the feats of strength. Now, the only thing going right for Roswell Green right now is the fact that they have the 2 Drakes, and that the gold lead in the middle is not even a lead, it's just even. But if you're Roswell Green, what do you have to do to kind of stop Cyclone Gaming's momentum?
To be honest, at the moment, there is not too much you can do. You can try and get some picks, maybe on a side lane, maybe onto one of these champions that's going to be a bit easier to lock down. I say that, looking at their side lanes, they have Karma and Mundo on the opposite side lanes, so both champions which are pretty damn hard to lock down. But really, you're looking towards these item spikes. You want to try and fight on your item spikes as opposed to the opponent's. That's going to be the point where you're going to stand your best chance. You do have your 2 Drakes, so you can just stall. There's no need for you to fight. If you really wanted, you even have like 15 minutes worth of stall time for taking the first 2 Drakes. So we'll have to see what they tend to do. I would expect for them to maybe wait for their Caitlyn to hit their 2 item power spike, then look for a fight. That'd be a very classic timing. Get your AD carry to 2 items, try and fight around then. You're probably hoping for the Zehen to get at the same time, but Dr. Mate caught out a little here.
Yeah, and Fronta will have to back off, as Jhin was rushing to get there. But that's exactly what I was talking about, is that now at this point, the Illaoi is the only one who can really shred the Mundo. And and it's why I liked the Illaoi pick, but it's still scary, as late pick Dr. Mundos have been so strong in draft recently, as you don't, and by that time you don't have enough available picks to really pick some tank shredders, and this Caitlyn is just not strong enough yet to do that. You also do have some good people who can take the ace in the hole between Fronta, Fido, and Kill. And honestly, if I'm Roswell Green, I'm starting to sweat, as this gold lead is almost 3,000.
Yeah, that's a big gold lead. I mean, like you pointed out earlier, the only thing you really have going for you right now is the Drake stacking that can buy you some time. At the moment, you are just waiting for those power spikes. It looks like Roswell Green are still posturing for vision. They're trying to kind of fight back a little bit, get those little pocket pieces of vision. They might actually want to go for this Drake. If they can catch someone out, they only need to really catch one opposing member to kind of even up that playing field. And with 4 members hanging around this river, topside river, it does look like they want to. Hextech Drake, definitely not the strongest of of Drakes, so, or Chemtech Drake even. Hextech Drake is the strongest of Drakes, so I don't know what I was saying there. Chemtech, not the strongest of Drakes. So these are ones that you can be happy to give up. It is pretty strong on
Yeah.
Karma. Also, if you do
And
manage to get the soul, a very strong soul for a Mundo. But will they get their Doctor
that's
Mate
the
actually?
thing. But I was gonna say I don't mind the Chemtech Soul here into some of what is going on for this other team composition, but you can see Knight just does no damage to Linkazo, and Cyclone Gaming will finally have their first Drake in this fight.
Yeah, Cubis picks up a top turret on the other side of the map, so Roswald is still pretty happy with this turn of events, but a fight's breaking out. With the ultimate thrown down already,
Now
there's 4 from each side in there, TP's coming in.
Yeah, and
Jumping into
TP's
the
coming in, but
backline
everyone's
there,
going to be dropping, and now Cubis is in the middle of them all. And look at the armor shred as Gusano going to take a lot of damage, and now Dr. Mate's in a lot of trouble as Palomino pops the Call of the Wild, and Palomino and Kill have to get out of there. They can't escape through the top side, and with Linkazo hanging around, they will be able to back out, and it'll be a 2-for-3 over for the side of Cyclone Gaming.
Yeah, not the best outcome. He's still bleeding gold for the side of Roswald. But good for Cyclone Gaming. They're just pushing forwards their lead, slowly gaining those advantages, moving towards their end game. When you look towards the map right now, really the problem Roswald have is they've not opened up this map at all. Pretty much all the the problem Cyclone Gaming have is that they haven't opened up the map. They haven't really knocked down any of these opposing towers. There's basically no damage onto this mid lane. This tends to happen when you've got a Karma mid, someone that can't push in all that quickly. So Cyclone Gaming bound to be looking for these two outers they have, looking towards that Atakan. A fight in both the jungle and the mid lane. Jin's almost managed to stack Zahem passive, though Fito going way too deep and taken out. And a TP in from front of this might just spell his death as well. But Mundo goes where he pleases.
Yeah.
While all this was happening, Linkazo's just on the bottom side.
Yeah, and Shelly will go down and help destroy this top side of the map, and Knight has to back up. And that's the thing about playing Mundo after 2 items, is that you can just tank turret shots left and right, and so you feel safe under your turret, but you're really not. And now this bot lane duo is going to have to be careful. They do have Jin in the area, but Fronta is going to be coming down. And Dr. Mate finally recognizing it, understanding what's going on, as he's going to try to dash back, and the Glacier Fisher is going to come out, and Fronta's going to be taking him down, but now they're under turret, and the Zehen ultimate will come down over the top, and Palomino's already dead, but now Knight's going to be coming in, and Killer's looking to get out of there. Fronta has popped the ultimate, but now Fido's going to be going in onto Knight, and now Knight's in a lot of danger, as now Fido's going to be caught in the middle of them all, and Fido is dead, and Fronta's next up on the chopping block, as Jin will look to take him down and slice them to bits and pieces, and that will be a 3-for-1.
A complete overstep from Cyclone Gaming there, jumping under the enemy tower into the waiting arms of their Sehen. Didn't really have the CC, didn't focus him down, allow the Sehen to stack, and then what can you really do in that situation? And this is what I was saying before the game, they don't have that much hard CC to lock down this Sehen. When he is ready to go wild, he can just go wild. And on the back of it all, Roswald Gaming will also get to take this Atakan, which will even up a lot of that gold distribution between the two teams, which in fact is pretty much already evened out.
Yeah, the gold dead.
Yeah, 200 gold.
What a comeback.
Yeah, 200 gold, and with those extra Atakan petals, to be honest, we could do an Atakan petal check on them, but probably Roswald Gaming might actually be ahead in terms of gold value right here. The 2 dragons they've got definitely worth more than the one for the side of Cyclone Gaming. and those petals are worth quite a lot. 27 petals for Roswald right now. If I remember right, each petal is worth about, is it 50 gold each? Something like that. So really, when you want to look at the effective stats for both the teams here, it is in Roswald's favor right now.
Yeah, and I do know about a 20 petal lead is equivalent to about 2,000 gold. And you can see this trading between Fronta and Cubis. And this is exactly why I loved the Alawi pick for the Dr. Mundo, as it just makes it so his Q damage is just immediately responded with a big chunk out. And now, and they're looking to position around the Baron. Everyone will be up here, and everyone's going to be aware, but they are unaware of this, as everyone's going to go in onto Kasano, and now Kasano's in a lot of trouble, but Jin is having to take care of Fronta, who's right onto Dr. Mate, but Kasano's been left alone, and everyone's going to try to back off, but Dr.
Watch the Zahan, he's almost stacked.
Kasano's going to be taken out, but Fido's going to be able to get away, and Frontal is almost dead. Now, only the support is down, but for the side of Cyclone Gaming, you're not able to push up unless Fido can find the side of Cubits, but he didn't know that Jin was there. And Fronta gonna be going down to the Cubits ultimate, and the ace in the hole comes down over the top of the Jin.
Jin's to the back line.
And now Kill is down, Cubits is down, but the passive will revive Jin. Now he's gonna look to go in on a Palomino, who has to flash a barrier to get out of there, but now Fido's in the middle of them all, and Dr. Bates in a lot of trouble, and Jin will go down, but somehow in the back end, the Fido goes down. Knight has barely kept his ADC alive, and it's the only reason this Baron isn't going over.
And that was just both teams playing on the knife's edge right there. Multiple people taken down to sub 100 health, getting away, coming back into the fight. We saw the Mundo almost die, the Siva almost die, Zahen almost die a couple of times before finally dying himself. Dr. Mate was almost taken out. Pretty much the only person who wasn't at some point in danger of dying in that entire fight was Knight. And it does go slightly in the favor of Cyclone Gaming, but honestly, these gold leads at this point in the game are so inconsequential that it's just kind of the teams throwing themselves at each other and nothing's really changing. I think it'll be very interesting to see if either of these teams wants to prioritize the Drake now over the Baron, because obviously it is one of these weaker souls and weaker Drakes. But you are almost already towards that soul for Roswald Gaming. If you get that soul, you do open up an Elder coming up. There is still a big item differential in that AD carry position. So when you're looking towards these fights, a good place to keep an eye on is Palomito. Can he get off those bouncing blades? Can he put a lot of damage down? In fact, we do see actually the trade of the Baron for the Dragon kind of coming out. But this Baron take is not very quick. Dangerous game. Roswell Gaming will be here in time to contest. The hen.
Cubit is just looking to distract them, but the Baron's gonna go over to the other side anyways, but now Fronta is going to pop the ultimate and be in the middle of them all, and Jin gets a massive ultimate, but it just doesn't do enough damage, and the passive wasn't stacked enough. The Arcade Storm's gonna be right out onto the Linkazo, but Fido's gonna be going after them, and Dr. Mate's already down, and Cubis can do nothing but watch his fate be sealed, as Fronta just gonna go in on the Knight. Will be the only living member to tell of what just happened. He will be the last one left to defend this base now as they look to tear it all apart.
And it was just a bit of a lemmings play from Roswell Gaming there. They kind of ran in one by one, being taken down low and taken out one at a time. The fight started off pretty much as a 1v4 into a 3v5. Before the rest of them even got there. Knight was pulling up the rear. By the time he got there, pretty much all of his team were already dead. The Baron was pretty much gone as well by the time Roswell Gaming got there. It was just a bit of a miscall from them, honestly, and it does allow an actual gold lead to open for the side of Cyclone Gaming. This is something that they can take forwards, they can actually push to do something with try and get some good pressure onto the map, especially with that Baron. Get some outer towers down, maybe even attempt to break into the base. We'll have to see what they do with it. One thing I would like to note is that we finally see some heal cut being picked up from the side of Roswell Gaming. It took them a while to decide, this Mundo healing might be a problem, but we do see the Bramble Vest on the Alawi. We see the Executioners on the Caitlyn, so both of them now are able to apply that heal cut to the Mundo, and that should help them a lot when it comes to these team fights.
Yeah, and I think the target selection needs to be better for Roswild. They keep going onto Fronta and Fido, and no one's going after Palomito or Linkazo, who are just able to free fire onto whoever they please. And so I need to see more of an effort to go onto the carries instead of just kind of this game of let's see how long it takes to kill Mundo, because you're not going to be able to kill him. And this is the point in the game where the Mundo's out of control. But speaking of out of control, Fido's going to not be controlled as Jin is just going to go down. He's going to try to pop the ultimate to survive, but it's not enough. And that almost was a double kill as Knight will barely get out of there. And now the base will start to be torn apart as they are going to look to siege, and Roswild Green need to defend this, but they barely get the cannon minion out of there, but it is starting to look scary.
As a great map play from Cyclone Gaming, they know they just have to wait. Someone has to go and look towards that mid-wave eventually. They see the Caitlyn on the mid-wave, they spring. And it looks like potentially
they're going to look to
Cyclone
end
Gaming are going to look for the 3 inhibs. They are quite far ahead right now. They might want to look for something more. But no, they're just going to back off.
Knight does too much damage. He was able to take a good chunk out of them, and they will back off. Happy to take 2 inhibs and try to play it safe. They do not want to rush this. They had a lot of gold sitting in their inventories that they can now spend. So you're going to see items start to fly in.
Yeah, and that is the right decision in this kind of situation. You can get very full of yourselves in that kind of point where you've just won, done an amazing engage under a tower, you've pushed, you've got those inhibs, you think, yeah, we're stronger, we can end this, but that's the kind of play that can lose you a game. The smart plays just backing off, reselling, getting that gold lead, actually getting those items in, and then looking for the game-ending play. But Vito, Dr. Mate has found out here, has to flash across the wall, but gonna leave Leona to die. Cubist doing what he can, but that's going to be the Alawi going down too, and with 2 members out, but the flash forwards, they've also found Knight here. That's 3 of them down. Jin forced the flash as well. He'll be taken out, and surely that is going to be the end of the game. All 5 players going down, and it's just left up to Cyclone Gaming to walk this minion wave in, get these towers down, kill the Nexus, and take us to game 2.
Yeah, a beautiful job finding Dr. Mate out of position. Fronta was on the flank, and there's just nothing you can do as everyone was chunked out. And it's the exact problem I talked about, is the fact that Dr. Mate does not do enough damage in order to stop this Mundo. And so that is how game 1 will end. And a good fight put up by the side of Roswild Green, but we need to see a lot more if they're going to win this series. And we will head to a quick break before we come back with game 2. We will see you all after the break. I'll bring us in. Welcome back, everybody. As we just saw such an interesting first game, some ups and downs from both sides having opportunities to kind of take that first game, but ultimately it was Cyclone Gaming who came out on top. Now, what do you think was kind of their key to winning that game?
So I think Cyclone played a lot more towards their own comp. When you looked at how you want to say Dangerous Game, Roswell's Gaming played, you tended to see it looked a lot more like 5 people playing how their champions wanted to play, as opposed to how those champions wanted to play together. So you'd see a lot of things where it'd be like there's a hen might run forwards where the Victor and the Caitlyn are sitting back, or them just going into different positions around the fight, not really sticking together. It was a bit uncoordinated. I think a lot of it came from that Zehen pick, which initially I think they probably wanted to put up to the top lane and they had to flex into the jungle and were suddenly looking for a good top laner, which probably didn't help them. So I'm hoping that maybe this game, which they have picked red, so Rosward were happy with the red side, they do want to keep there, but I'm hoping they might lock in a team comp where they can all get on the same page and all play these fights in the same direction.
Yeah, I hope to see more of a cohesive team comp out of Roswild Green, as they kind of drafted a team comp that really didn't make sense, as like Alawi likes to stay a bit more safe. And so Zehen was like your only real frontline unit with the Leona. But then you mentioned it. We saw it in the team fights. It looked so disjointed, where it was like fighting a war on two fronts. Dr. Mate and Knight were off having a picnic over in the ocean, while the rest of the team was having a picnic in Antarctica. And if you're going to win those team fights, you can't have those fights go like that. You cannot be so separated as a team.
Yep, and we're already into pick bans, and speeding through the bans, both teams knew exactly what they wanted to ban, focusing a lot towards those top lanes and just taking out a few of the stronger mid laners into jungle picks, picking themselves some strong jungles, not wanting to give any too much away early. So Xin versus Wukong, a very classic matchup from earlier this year. Both champions still pretty strong, pretty good to pick up. And we see Yunara picked as the AD carry for Roswald Green. Yunara, it's a fine champion. It's not my most favorite of champions. I personally think it's fairly boring to play and watch, but there we go. Cyclone Gaming gonna match it with an Ezreal. Something a bit more interesting, something that has more agency for itself, can keep itself alive. They're flashing up the MF. I very much doubt we're going to see an MF. MF is not a champion that you'd pick as a support without knowing that there's going to be a very specific team comp setup. Sion makes a lot more sense. Another big beefy boy, just like the Mundo that helped win them the last game. It did so well before. Why not do it again?
I agree with you in that misfortune. Definitely not what you want to see, but who knows? I've seen some misfortunes in the mid lane, but that's because I play in bronze, and in bronze, it's like the wild, wild west. Anything goes, as we will see the Cassante into the Scion, more of a classic matchup. And I like to see Roswild Green going with an actual legitimate tank here instead of having a bruiser as your front line. And right now, I really like the Roswild Green comp. But what do you want to see out of these back half of choices and bans?
So we're looking for some very strong AP damage coming out. Cyclone, they don't need to worry quite as much. The Ezreal can pull some AP damage into your team profile if needed. But Roswald Green, yeah, they're kind of lacking on that AP damage, so we're expecting to see that from the mid laners. Considering considering we need to, considering the Roswald have picked red side, I think we can assume that they either want to get a very strong counter pick here. It's going to be either for their mid laner or their support. So that will give us a good indication of where they want to look towards in the early game. That said, considering we've just seen the Ezreal come out for Cyclone Gaming, I'd be more likely to see them blind pick as support here and save that mid lane blind pick for themselves, or save that mid lane counter pick for themselves. We'll find out soon enough. Both teams just throwing
Interesting
some
to see
bans
an
towards.
Orianna banned out.
Yeah, I
But
think Orianna's just a
interesting
very
to me
strong
to see.
champion.
She's one of the strongest, but there's also a lot of good counter picks into her. And so it's definitely interesting. And speaking of Orianna counter picks, here's a Syndra. What do you make of this? Definitely not a classic pick to pick Syndra here.
Well, it's just a very strong scaling champion. Syndra is one of those champions that has some very good disengage with her Scatter the Weak. So I said I wanted to see some very strong AP champions come out as well. Syndra is definitely one of those. Cyclone Gaming were throwing up the Morgana, but I think the Rise here makes a lot more sense. It's another one of those very strong AP champions that comes out. It is one that can be caught out by Syndra's Scatter the Weak, so we might be seeing some interesting things going on here in the mid lane. But Cyclone Gaming, really they're looking for something else. They don't need more damage. Rise Ezreal is enough damage, especially with a Zenith thrown in there. They are looking for more of that front line. They're looking for a good engage that isn't just the Zin himself jumping forwards or the Sion ulting. I think Alistar fits their comp here perfectly, and they're going to lock it in. For Oswald Green, again, you're now just looking for, very similarly, something that can give you some sort of front line. At the moment, you are really relying on that Cassante. I don't think it will be the Zillion, even though they are flashing it up. That would be a very strange pick. They do have a decent amount of disengage. If you lock in enough disengage, you could play this comp as a disengage move backwards comp, although that would be a very strange way to play it. The Janna, yeah, it's locked in. I'm not such a fan of Roswald Green's comp here. It could work out for them. Janna can do very well into Alistar in lane. It feels like they've picked mostly to counter their lane opponents as opposed to counter the enemy team or complete their own team, which you can do. But it does mean that you tend to have to win out through the early to mid game through these lanes and through the early objectives. And especially when you're against a team that's going to scale as well as something like a Rise Sion. Yeah, I think Roswell Green have a bit of a timer on their heads in this game.
I gotta agree with you there. Now, the thing is, if they get out to a strong enough early game, then the late game may not matter if the early game is that strong. But you are putting a lot of faith in your laning phase if you're going to win this one. I think the Syndra and Janna picks are definitely interesting. I am not so familiar with Janna. She does have the Tornado and the Syndra. You mentioned the Scatter of the Weak, a good disengage, but also Syndra can just blow you up in an instant, especially with her ultimate. So I think it's a little out of place here, though, as you're not, the rest of your champions are more looking for a standard front to back team comp with a sustained fight. You're not really looking to go 0 to 100 in an instant. Maybe you're looking for that quick pick onto the Ezreal or the Rise if you can catch them out, but I am still nervous for Roswell Green in this one, as I think Cyclone Gaming have a much better team comp.
Yeah, Cyclone Gaming have the much easier team comp for sure. The one thing I'll say about Roswell Green's team comp is they do have very, very good disengage. If they decide they don't want to take the fight, with the Janna Tornado plus the Janna ult, and the fact that she gives move speed to her teammates running towards her, they should definitely be able to get out of any fight that they don't want to be in. Is that enough to take them to where they want to be in this game? We'll have to wait and find out. But I think we should see some very interesting early focus. I'd expect both junglers to kind of be looking on the bottom half of the map, looking towards that mid lane, looking towards that bot lane. Cyclone Gaming bot lane will probably just kind of want to sit back and scale as best they can. Same with Roswald Greens in a way, because you've got the Janna you don't want to be engaged upon. You try and poke them out a little bit with the Janna, but you do have to be very careful because the Alistair engage, especially if the Xin comes in. Janna is a very non-tanky champion. It can fall down very easily. But I would kind of like to see both of these junglers try and put some focus into that mid lane. Mid lane is definitely the least safe of the lanes for both sides. Something that can be punished a lot more strongly, and you have a split damage profile going in versus each mid laner with the Xin Rise combo or the Wukong Syndra combo. You don't have an amazing set of CC from either side, but it's very easy setup from both Rise and Syndra onto the other one. And when these ultimates have been picked up, especially for the Wukong and the Xin, I'd expect to see at least 1 or 2 kills be coming out towards this mid lane.
Yeah, and
I haven't really talked about the top lane matchup. Oh, go ahead.
I mean, this top lane matchup, no one's going to be visiting up there. It's just going to be whack each other, scale health, and survive. I don't really expect to see much out of this top lane, but you mentioned the mid lane. These are two very immobile champions when they don't have their flashes. Now, the thing that Syndra does have going is the Scatter the Weak to help keep a jungler off of her, but I expect Jhin to show a lot more presence towards the mid lane on top of this Rise, as going into the top lane, you're not killing a Scion as a Wukong. Going into the bottom lane, it's an Ezreal with an Alistar in support, the headbutt, the arcane shift. You're not really going to be locking them down. And the thing is, that leaves the Rise. And so I expect both junglers to hover the mid lane, as you said, as that will be the main focus lane for this matchup.
Yeah, indeed. The one thing I can think of that might mean that we see some very aggressive play towards this bottom lane is if both of these supports really want to fight and each other and make something happen. We might see the infamous Janna Insect coming out, where you flash behind an enemy, ult them back into your team, and then Q backwards, so when they try and flash away, they flash directly into your tornado and just flung back into the air again. Will we see it? Probably not. But I love to see that kind of play.
It'd be funny to see in an upper final, definitely. But what is your highlight lane here? Is it the mid lane as well for you?
It's the mid lane. I mean, it has to be the mid lane here. We don't really expect much to happen on the other lanes. As we see, we are now in the game. I don't see anything too strange out of any of the champions. I mean, we have the TP on the Ezreal, which you don't see that often. But honestly, it's kind of fine, especially with a champion like Ezreal, where you probably want to be taking an early back, picking up a tier or some of these extra items. It will allow you someone else that can go towards one of these side lanes and just TP in. So I think it's pretty normal to see. An interesting one actually is the first strike on the Syndra, although it is quite easy for the Syndra to proc it. I'm not such a fan of first strike myself, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, it's one which Syndra should find fairly easy to proc. Probably worth checking in a bit later on how much gold that's actually gotten worth and whether it managed to get much extra damage within the game.
Yeah, I agree. First strike is always iffy for me, and the top lane going how we expected it to, just two tanks kind of just giving each other fist bumps. And on the spot side, I expect this composition for the Roswell Green side to have early priority in the bot side. We mentioned how strong the early game is going to be, but that may only open up opportunities for Fido on the Xinjiao to find some picks and all that. And so I think they definitely need to be careful as when we see more trading in this mid lane. And Knight, I think, especially when that man is on, he can carry any team to victory, but he has to be on if his team's going to win this series.
Yeah, and I'll say, oh, we see an early gank,
Yeah, but
but
barely
there you see,
being able to
yeah,
walk away.
this is essentially what's going to happen every single early gank we see. There'll just be a CC back against the opposing team, and not much will happen. Again, we won't really see much happen in that bottom lane. Interestingly, Gasano not using the tornado there. Saves it for then, but that's yeah, strange. Usually what you could just do if your reactions are quick enough, you can just tornado the Alistar's W coming in and stop his engage entirely. In fact, in a lot of cases there, you can kind of turn it back around, so you tend to not see Alistar's really engage in that kind of thing. Something to note, both junglers were looking towards the bottom side of the map. They both kind of correctly identified this is a tank matchup in the top lane. Not much is going to happen up there. There's not much point me looking up there. So they both started on the top side and pathed towards this bottom. But the scuttle was picked up by Jhin, putting him very slightly ahead. On this
Yeah,
Wukong,
and
and it
the
looks like
top
he'll
side
go for the end.
scuttle looks like it's just going to be traded away, but I'm also
Yeah.
going to be interested to see how these supports handle roam timers. I think it's always a point of interest. We didn't see a whole lot of roaming last game. It was more Gusano roaming, and I've seen him roam a lot before. But I think this game he needs to make sure that when he is roaming, he's being far more effective on those roam timers.
And the other thing he has to think about is he's got to leave Dr. Mate in a safe, comfortable position when he makes these roam times. Yanara is a champion that can be punished so easily by something like an Alistar, doesn't really have that mobility to get away. So Gasano has to make sure that when these roams happen, Dr. Mate is safe.
I agree
So
with
both
you
junglers
there,
are back to
and first
clearing.
Drake is up.
Yeah,
Yeah, first Drake is
both
up
clearing
as
top
both
side.
junglers in the top side, and it's going to be interesting to see where they want to go, when they want to go for that first Drake, and how early they may want to go for it.
Yeah, so I think both junglers probably already going to be looking for it. An interesting thing to note is that the Syndra has taken it back and TP'd, is in a much stronger position than Rise, but might be caught out.
Yeah, now has to burn the flash, and that is exactly what you wanted, is to get the flash off, and Gusano also showing up just to make sure that his mid laner can get out safely. But right now, nothing really of
Of too much notes,
nothing of
no.
interest going on except the CS in the bot lane, as Palomito has found himself up yet again. And we talked about how strong this early laning phase will be for Roswild Green, and being down CS is not what you want to have happen. But now this may be what you want to have happen, as they recognize what's going on and they will pop the heal to back off.
Yeah, smart move to just do so. Part of the reason the CS lead has been built up in that bottom lane is Gasano's roam timer. In terms of the two of these supports, when both of them are not being seen, oh, there is an engage.
Yeah, but now Jhin gonna go right on to Linkazo, who's going to Realm Warp out of there. And they did not have a stun to lock the man down. And that could have gone wayward for Cyclone Gaming, but they will barely get out of there.
Yeah, pretty happy if you're Linkazo there. You manage to get out without going down. You get the Syndra's ultimate out that will save you for a little bit of time having to worry about it. got a pretty safe back, not going to lose too many minions either. As I was just saying, when both these supports are off the map, it is a lot more dangerous for Dr. Mate. That Alistair potentially coming in and ganking you almost certainly results in a kill, whereas on the other side, Gasano coming in and ganking Palamito, Palamito should be completely safe. So if both these supports are on roams, there is definitely a differential in strength in this bottom lane just from who could be there.
Yeah, and now we see both junglers back in the top side. Now, they will be aware of Fido being up there as the Void Grubs will spawn. And I'm always interested to see if maybe someone wants to get a little aggressive for an objective or just kind of wait to handshake the objectives. But there's no vision for anyone on the objectives, as we see now Fido looking to go in on the night, but the scatter of the week is going to get him out of there. But Fido's going to flash forward, and he's going to get the Q3, and the ultimate is not enough as Knight will walk away, and that is such a bad trade for Cyclone Gaming.
Yeah, they really need to do something with this. They have forced the Syndra to take it back. They know her TP's down, so they can push for something right now on the map, and they really need to get something out of this. Otherwise, that's just, you know, Flash ultimate gone from the Zen. And interestingly enough, Roswell Green just appear happy to trade this. They're happy to take the Grubs and give up the Drake themselves. Yeah.
The handshake of the objectives is going to come out, and I think it's the right move, as the Ocean Drake's healing isn't too big on anyone, only really the junglers in the top lane. But I think it's the right move. If it was something like a Hex Tech or an Infernal Drake, I would have loved to see them go for the Drake. But with an Ocean Drake and the kind of team comp you have as more of a squishy team comp for Roswild, I think the Void Grubs are better there. But now what may be even better is if the Cyclone's going to land and Fido and Jin are going to be here, and they're both onto each other's mid laners, and it's now Jin is going to be spinning around at the Cyclone, but a massive Ezreal ultimate will come over the top, but Fido will still drop anyways, and this will end in a 1-for-1. But Palamito wants a little bit more. He's going to Arcane Shift forward for Dr. Mate, but he's going to be back down, and now Gusano and Kill are going to have a meeting up here in the river. Hello, as now both the ADCs are going to be going blow for blow, as Dr. Mate is going to pop the ultimate in by Palamito, and Palamito is down dangerously low, and he's going to Arcane Shift forward, or flash forward, excuse me, but it's not enough. He wanted Gusano, and he's going to find nothing but a grave, as Kill will look for Gusano, but he's just going to drop 2, and Dr. Mate will hand you your medicine and take 2 kills.
A Roswell Green explode into this game, grabbing themselves a 1.5k gold lead pretty much out of nowhere, taking those first 3 kills, getting themselves towards getting those feats of strength. And Roswell Green have to be ecstatic at how that last couple of minutes of play has gone. They've got their AD carry really far ahead, like 500-ish gold ahead, same with the support. 2 champions you're really hoping will be good, but there's a fight in the top lane. Oh, a flash from Cubis is really nice.
The flash from Cubis is going to catch Fronta's ultimate, and now he's going to pull him with the Q3, and he's just going to look for him, but it's just barely not enough. The shield comes out from Fronta, who also had to burn the flash, and Flash is an ultimate's burned in the top lane, and it's just barely not enough. But adjust your eyes over here, as Kill's gonna go in onto Gusano, but they didn't realize that Jin is here, as the Wukong's gonna look to back them off of Gusano, and that could have gone so much worse for them. And now everyone vying for position, but everyone will back down and walk away A-okay, and as Fido gonna be spotted, and Dr. Mate will back up.
And yeah, a lot of Cyclone Gaming's plays do just feel like they're... Ooh, it's not gonna kill. Do just feel like they're pushing... Playing with the limits a little bit, seeing what they can get away with. They're taking some very interesting engages where they shouldn't really get anything out of it, and it feels like they're just hoping Roswald Green might panic and like flash early or make a misplay and give up a kill. Some
Yeah,
people
and
might be
now
wondering why
Fido's gonna
Knight.
be spotted here, and he may be in a little bit of trouble as he goes in for Dr. May, but he didn't know Jin was here as the crescent card is gonna be popped, and the Ezreal comes over the top, but it's not enough as Jin's gonna take that fight out. And now Kill is gonna be next up on the chopping block, and he's in a lot of danger, and he's just gonna go down, and it's another kill over to Dr. Mate.
And Cyclone Gaming are just doing exactly what Roswald Green want them to do. They're just running at them. This is what Roswald Green's comp wants you to do right now. It wants you to run at them, and then they will just slowly kite you back a little bit with the help of the Janna, and kill you as you try to run in. We'll have to see whether, as this game goes on, Cyclone Gaming catch on to the fact of what's happening and adjust their play to make up for this. But that's a big gold lead built up now, this early on in the game. 13 minutes, 2k ahead, 800 of that on the AD carry, almost 800 on the jungle where it can be moved towards this mid lane as well. Meanwhile, big wet noodle fight in the top lane. Never really expect anything to happen up there. I think we've seen the most exciting play we will have seen from the top lane when Cubis almost managed to get the kill onto Fronter. So probably not much more to watch.
Yeah, and now everyone will finally take a nice deep breath, try to calm the nerves, and reach that Zen territory as they will try to remember that try to forget that the grand finals spot is on the line, as just thinking about that will increase your nerves here in this series. And now Dr. May gonna take a little bit of a chunk out of Kill, but be careful if you are Knight. Jin is constantly lurking, but he's going to back off, and now everyone's going to start to position around this mountain drake. As we see the top side, it's just a bar fight here. Nobody wins and everybody loses, as you just kind of keep fighting until the police show up, the police being the junglers, and it doesn't matter that all this is going on, as you will watch everyone back off. And in the bot side, Roswald Green will split these drakes 1-1.
Yeah, so that play in the bottom lane where Dr. Mate well, essentially managed to right-click Kill A couple of times and put him to half health, meant that the Alistar felt he had to back. The back from the Alistar opened up the fact that it would have been a 4v3 over this dragon, and so Cyclone Gaming just decides that with that and their gold deficit, just give over the Drake. The right decision really made there.
Yeah, and now everyone's getting dangerously low to fighting across the map, but everyone's just going to back off as Knight will deliver a Christmas present as dressed as Santa Claus for Linkazo, but maybe not the Christmas present you would have wanted. I don't like getting a pipe bomb for Christmas either, if I am Linkazo. But now Dr. May just might have killed dead to rights. But no, he's just barely getting out of there, and Palomito will arcane shift. But my god, you see Dr. Mate, he does so much damage with the ultimate now that he has that Kraken Slayer. And keep an eye on your itemization, as the junglers are relatively even outside of Jin having boots. But Dr. May is going to go in on the kill after kill went onto him, but now Palomito is going to have to arcane shift out of there. And he is just able to get out, but Dr. May is lurking like a shark in blood-filled waters, and every second is going to be dangerous. But over in the top side, the Rift Herald will go over to the side of Cyclone Gaming.
Yeah, nice little pick up there for them. I was going to say, I'm surprised Roswald haven't fought this in the bot lane.
Yeah, and now Ezreal can get ult misses.
Yeah, with that Janna ult up and available, this is definitely a tower type position if they really wanted to. It depends how much Roswald Green are feeling themselves. Dr. Mate and Gasano, do they feel like they can take this? They know the Alistar ult's down as well. So So it's one less.
Yeah, but
defensive
now
tool.
Linkazu going to be caught out by Jin as Jin's going to start spinning around and he's going to flash over the wall. But now Fido is going to go in and he pops the Crescent Cover now. He goes back and went for Jin and everyone's going to walk away. The Scatter, the Weak, pushed him back into his jungler. Knight said, Jin, that's your lane opponent, not mine.
And meanwhile, the bot lane turret has gone down, giving feats of strength this time over to Roswald Green. The Redemption also finished on the Janna, meaning that she could provide some support from afar, possibly towards his mid lane or into the jungle. Oh, for the first time we see Fronter really getting the better of Cubis in this matchup.
Yeah, and now everyone's going to start to position around this mid lane as the bot lane has switched. But the next Drake is up in 1:45, and it's going to be an important Drake to fight for as it will break the Drake tie.
Yep, it's a Cloud Drake. Usually not the most impactful, but there is a champion in this game which really loves a Cloud Drake. Janna is one of the few champions in the game that scales very hard with move speed. Her auto attack and W actually do a lot more damage with move speed, and I believe it might even affect champions running towards her. Ooh.
Yeah, but now, what does it matter when Dr. Mate's the one who needs the move speed to get out of there, but he won't be able to, and Dr. Mate will finally be caught out, and all it took was 3 members and some flashes.
Yeah, nice play from CG there. They do manage to pick up the kill onto Dr. Mate, and on top of that, they put that into Palamito's pockets on the Ezreal, closing that gold gap down a bit, bringing it below the 1,000 mark. And although there is still a gold lead for Roswald Green, it's nowhere near as big as it was earlier in the game. It has started to be evened up, which, you know, you're not too happy about if you're on Roswald Green, but you did buy yourself a little bit of scaling time. You got to be a bit worried for Roswald Green. They really need to get this game moving a bit quicker in their advantage. They've taken 1 tower, but they basically have no damage on either of the 2 outer towers. Their comp is one that, you know, when it gets towards this later game, it is going to struggle a little bit to stay in the game against something like the Scion and the Rise and the Ezreal. They really will be relying pretty much on Yanara Syndra to carry them through it, and a little bit on the Janna to help keep them alive. They will pick up another Drake though, uncontested.
The thing is with that damage that a Scion doesn't do as much damage as a Mundo, so I am not as worried about immediately taking down Fronta. The question is, are you going to be able to get onto Linkazo or Palamito? Because the problem is both of them have abilities that are going to keep them completely safe. As Fido, set his sights on to keep us, and now he's going to be hit. Never mind, he actually buffers the ultimate from the Scion, and will get over the wall with the flash, and that is a nice buffer to stay alive. And everyone starting to position ready for these big explosive fights, and Dr. Mate has to be careful. Now, looking at the itemization, Dr. Mate does have the Rurin's Hurricane, so he is far ahead of his laning opponent, and that will be something to keep in mind as there are pings onto the Otacon now, and they are definitely going to start thinking about it while they have this itemization advantage.
Yes, and this is an absolutely major item spike for Oswald Green. They should be pushing this Atachan. They should be looking to try and force a fight and take it. They have their 2 items on both their Syndra and their Yanara. And 2 items has just been finished on the Rise as well. But really, they should have already been pushing this, trying to get this advantage. They might have got Phyto, but no. And it'd really be a shame to see this item... These item spikes, the 2 item spikes, one of the best spikes you can get in the game for many champions, go to waste in just pushing waves.
Yeah,
It looks like
and
Knight
it
is
looks like
fishing.
they're not going to opt for the Otacon as Cubus has gone over to the top side. Now, both top laners do have the teleport, but maybe Jin looking to steal away some chickens, but now and the farmer is going to be caught going on the wrong farm, and now he's going to cycle on the Linkazo. He's going to try to use the Realm Warp to get out of there, but it doesn't work because the tornado knock up, and now the bot laners are coming, or the top laners, excuse me, are coming down, and this should be a little bit of a look at least at going for the Otacon, but never mind, they're just gonna look to go on the front end. Cubus is gonna charge in, is now the scatter of the week is gonna keep Fronta in a lot of danger as the Crescent Guard is gonna be popped, and everyone will elect to back off. But this is a great opportunity to go to the Otacon. Do they recognize it, or do they recognize that Linkazo's in danger as the unleashed power is just barely not enough? And now they may finally look for the Otacon. There are so many ultimates down for either side, but mainly for the side of Cyclone Gaming, and this is when you want to go. But now the itemization starting to get back even, besides the Zinjao, who still doesn't have his next item but should have it on this back.
So, Roswell Green, you got to see there what the kind of item differential can do for you. Yes, they were also in a bit of a 4v5, but the absolute shredding that they did onto this Scion, who's yet to build any defensive, was massive. A lot of damage being thrown out here. Killer!
And Kill was in a lot of danger, but he does eventually get out of there using the ultimate. And now Cubus and Fronta just more trading, but now this is when it starts to be that Fronta electing to start with the Titanic Hydra. The Bramble Vest is questionable. I don't think it's really good into this team composition as there's not a lot of healing, but opting to go with the Titanic Hydra means that Fronta is going to start winning these trades over Cubus, as Cubus built the Frozen, or the, not the Frozen Heart, excuse me, but he's going, he doesn't have the damage yet. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
This is why you're the analyst and not me.
Strange. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. The Bramble Vest is a strange early pickup here, especially if you're not going to complete it into that Thorn Mail, slowing down that second item that you could have gotten. And yeah, like you said, whose healing are you stopping? You're stopping the healing of anyone standing inside a Janna ult? Well, what if they just don't auto you while the Janna ult's going off? Then your item basically does nothing.
Hold on, you're stopping Kisano's heal, but speaking of stopping, now Jin's gonna be stopped in the middle of them, but it's just a fake. And they now, Dr. May popping the ultimate is gonna look to go in as the redemption's gonna come out, and fight is gonna be in the middle of the ball! And a Bastard Cyclone with the Crescent Guard is gonna catch them all out! Jin defends the Cyclone, and everyone's gonna start dropping it down the scatter of the week with the Unleashed Power! And Linkazo's in a lot of dangerous Cubans has arrived! And Cubus is gonna look to go in on a Palomino, and there's nothing they can do! But Cubus finally finds the damage on him, and they will pick up a kill as the rest of the team was separated. But that was such a wayward fight, as it will be a 2-for-2, and the third Drake over to the side of Roswild Green.
And there's two major things I want to point out about that fight. Thing number one, for most of that fight, that was a 4v5. That was Roswild Green winning a 4v5 into CG. And the other big thing I want to point out is on the back there, that Scion passive did so much work, picked up the kill onto Gisano on the back half, and almost managed to pick up a third kill as well onto Knight. Actually pretty much zoned the rest of Roswild Green off, buying the time needed for the rest of CG to come back a little bit and pick up the kill on that Cassante, evening up the kills. And Roswild Green, they get their Drake. They push themselves one step closer to getting this Cloud Soul, and that move speed is going to be so useful for them if they can get it. And the Atakan's still up.
I agree, and the Otacon sticking around a lot longer than maybe you'd expect, as actually the Baron's going to be started, and Cubus, does he have a clue? No, Fido's just going to elect to back off, but now And no one's really recognizing the space on the map. They're finally recognizing that the Baron was started, and they will go check on it. But if they knew that they had backed off, they could have gone and ripped the Otacon, and maybe that's still what they're looking to do. As Kusano gonna use the power of the Cloud Drakes to get out of there, but you talked about how good it is for Janna with the move speed, and we're starting to see it now as Knight takes a little chunk of damage. But Fido looking to clear this Baron pick, as it's only a 1.5k gold lead, but it definitely feels a lot worse for Cyclone Gaming, as now Kill going to be caught out, but now Fido's actually going to be here, and now Dr. Mate's going to use the dash to get away, as the True Shot Barrage is going to come out over the top, but is not going to find anyone, and the Crusty Card is going to keep away the Cycloning Jin, but now Jin's in a lot of danger, as Fido's going to look to go in, and all his teammates are arriving here now, but Kusano's going to be in a lot of danger on the back line, but now it's actually going to be the Sion who has to use the ultimate to get out of there, but Gibbons is going to go all out into Linkazo, and Jin is taking down Fronta, and this may be the defining moment of this game, as Fronta will find a kill on Kusano with the passive, but it's not enough, and now their reward will be whatever they please on this map, a 3-for-1 for the side of Roswell Green.
And I want to point out there, Roswell's Green, Jin on this Wukong managed to get into the backline. He found Palamito. He pulled that Israel into such a low health. Palamito did not feel comfortable at all to step up. How much damage did Palamito do in that fight? It was practically nothing. He was standing there off to the side, trying to throw in the occasional Q, and just not feeling like he could step up close enough to actually get it. And Roswell Green, they explode their gold lead even further. The 80 carry difference right now in gold is absolutely massive. 2.1k, almost 2k on the jungle as well. At the moment, the only real gold lead that CG Gaming have that's tangible and might mean something is in the top lane. But unfortunately, Sion has been component gaming right now. And he only has his 2 items.
I talked about how important Dr. Mate was to this team and how important Knight was. If we could get a look at the total damage done by each of the members, Dr. Mate, look at that, 29,000, and Knight is not, well, he is far behind up. Dr. Mate's just an animal in this game, as they will start the Baron up. And look at that, Palamito, the highest member. But now the Scion's going to get an awareness of this. But a massive stun is going to keep everyone back. And this will be the defining fight of the game, as everyone's going to go in on a fight. Who's going to pop the Crescent Guard. But Gibbons is going to go all out. And Gibbons is on top of him. And now he's just dead tonight. And now they've claimed the Baron. Front is going to look to go in under the carries, but Jin is going to be there to keep him off of them. And now Knight's going to be coming in. But now a massive knock about the backside by Kill. But it's only to keep his teammates alive. But Fronta never backed off. Fronta didn't want to let his best friend go, and he will go down to the depths with him.
Oh, we're left in a 5v2. It's the 2 carries for CG left to try and hold the line here. Keep this game alive. Keep them in game 2. Try and save it. They're doing what they can into these Baroned up minions. It looks like the tower will fall. The base will be cracked. But Linkazo and Palamito do manage to push Roswell Green back and make them pause for a second before trying to end the game. Yeah, and here we're really, at this point, we're just seeing the wallet difference. CG really struggling to get anything going.
Mommy and Daddy's credit card. But so I need to point out, the soul is up. And where are the Cyclone Gaming members? Fido is farming. You're just electing to give this over for free. And
I think you
maybe
have
a bit
to at
questionable. I mean, the problem is now for the rest. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if you go in at this point, they're so far behind. If Fido jumps in here and dies, Roswell Green can easily 5v4 this in the base and end the game. You probably get one more fight in this game, and do you want to take it right then? Cloud Drake Cloud Soul is not one that's going to give you a massive advantage in terms of combat. So it is one that you can say, do you know what? Maybe we can give up this soul. We can just keep the game alive for a little bit and look to fight a little bit later when we're a little stronger. Potentially the last
Yeah,
fight
and
coming
now
out here,
they have
but
to be careful.
no.
No, everyone's gonna back off. But what I was gonna say about that Cloud fight, that Cloud Drake, is that that may be the last big fight opportunity you get left, where you are not sitting on the back foot unless Kill's gonna go in, but Jin will get out of there. But now Fronta's gonna be here as everyone's gonna be going in, and Cubis
So
isn't
much
here.
damage.
It's a 4v5, but does that matter when Fronta's just gonna be exploded and Fronta's gonna be down, and Cubis, excuse me, is going to look to take the top or the middle inhibitor, and there's nothing they can do. And now there's not much time left on this Baron buff. Roswell Green may need to back off, and Cubis electing not to take the inhibitor turret. But for the side of Cyclone Gaming, when are you going to get that next
27.
fight chance? As this may be
27
it. And for the rest of them, as Kill's going to go in. But now, Linkazo forced to pop to stop watching. He's not going to be there with the team as the Crescent Guard is going to come out. But Fido's in the middle of them all. And Fido going to go down. Jin now spinning around, dancing like a ballerina between all of them. And Palomino will drop. Now Linkazo left alone, and Gusano gonna flash forward and end it as the winds of warfare will sway in the way of Roswell Green.
And Roswell Green have taken us to an even state. 1 versus 1 games apiece. We're basically down to a best of 3 now. That's what we're in.
Both teams drawing blood here in this series, and what a fight back from Roswell Green. All the mistakes that we ridiculed them about in the first game were corrected here. We talked about how they had to team fight better. They had to play to their composition strengths. We talked about, and I mentioned I wanted to see more of a tank unit out of them, and that is exactly what we saw. We saw the tank and the Cassante. What a performance by Cubis. We saw actual team fighting, and we saw that they were playing to the composition strengths, and look what happened. A dominant game from Roswell Green.
Yeah, Roswell Green, they got some early advantages here, and they just didn't let it go. Bit like a dog with a bone, just they shook CG this whole game until they managed to finally take it, and even up the score. So it'll be very interesting to see whether CG stay on blue side after that.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what draft strat they want to bring out for this third game. But first, we will have to wait until the third game starts, and we will send it to a quick break, and we will see you all on the other side of the break for the third game in this best of 5. Welcome back, everybody. What an interesting game we just saw from both sides, but especially Roswell Green bouncing back. What did you see in that match that was really so good from them? You're muted.
Ah, there we go. That should be better. Right. Um, ah, yeah, I think they just played a lot more together. They played a lot more towards their team comp. Their team comp was a bit more together in how the champions wanted to play with each other. So we saw that all come together when they got their lead. They seemed to play around it and actually play to their win conditions, which went a lot better. And we saw a few fumbles from the side of CG as well, which allowed them to move that ahead going forwards. We do actually see a change coming out from CG after losing that game. They're deciding to go onto the red side, getting themselves that counter pick instead of leaving it up for the opponents to take. And they're also swapping out their AD carry. So Palamito coming out and Saikuron coming in. Now, just from looking at these two AD carries, they seem to have quite different champ pools, so I think this could just be a case of, hey, when one of them has played a few of these champions, we then swap him out for the other one, who plays the other AD carries very well. It could also just be a case of maybe Palamito is a very emotional player, maybe losing a game, it might be a good time to swap him. We don't know, we can only speculate. It was a planned swap, apparently. So more likely to be champion pools or possibly just Palamito could only play for a certain amount of time. We don't know. But it'll be very interesting to see how the difference this makes in the bottom lane. We've tended to see Palamito getting some good CS advantages in that bottom lane, even if in game 2 there was a fumble a little later on which gave over some kills to the enemy AD carry. We still saw him doing very well in the CS differential, so we'll have to see whether Saikuron can keep that up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and especially now for Sekiron. You just poured gasoline on a fire, and then called in the firefighter and said, "Deal with it now," instead of before the gasoline was put on. Like now, Doctor Mate has already started to ramp up in this series, and you're asking Sekiron to stop him. I am not happy if I'm Sekiron going into this situation against Dr. Mate, who just played such a beautiful game where literally he had the most damage by over 10k through most of the after most of the game. And now we'll finally get into the draft, and we will see different draft strategies come out. What are you expecting a bit more of, maybe from the side of Cyclone Gaming going into the back half of this, or into the draft of Game 3? Excuse me.
I'm expecting to see them really look for these strong counter picks now. You get some good counter pick potential on picks 3 and 5 for the red side. So that's where you want to be looking towards that end of that first rotation and the end of the second rotation. In a perfect world, you tend to want those counter picks to be like for your support and top lane or potentially mid lane, but we'll see whether that's where they come out. For Roswald Green here, they now get the priority pick. It's not the side they wanted to be on. We saw from last game they wanted to be on the red side, but they now get a priority pick. So this is the one really strong pick they get to make in this game, and we will have to see where they spend it. Where do they think is a strong champion that they just want to pick up and not allowed to go towards the other side?
And also
Bans
to
are pretty
highlight
much the
the
same as
Nocturne
before.
ban.
Yep,
Well, the
just that
Nocturne
Nocturne ban, indeed.
different. Maybe Cyclone know a little something that we don't, as it's a Fury first. Now, this is a bit of a flex pick, but it's a lot stronger in the jungle than in the mid lane. So I expect this to be a jungle Neferi, and maybe this is why we saw the Nocturne ban. Maybe they knew that Roswell Green would like to go into more of a dive composition here, because the Neferi is still a great dive jungler when the Nocturne's eliminated.
Oh, yes, indeed it is. And Nocturne as well is something that just very well or with other champions that want to dive, and it's really good disengage as well. That missed pick was actually an Orianna, just a bit of a bug going on. So Orianna coming in for Cyclone Gaming. They want to lock in that strong mid laner, the ball delivery system. Interesting, they ban Nocturne themselves when they pick it, but they pick the Rek'Sai. A nice flex pick between the jungle and the top lane, and a great ball delivery system for your Orianna. A little bit telegraphed as it takes about a second for Rek'Sai to get there, but two strong champions that work well together. We'll have to see how Roswald Green counter this. We'd expect to see them lock in the mid laner, of course, having seen Orianna. You can play Orianna support, but I would not expect that. I was wondering when we'd see the Kai'Sa out of them. It is the most played champion for Dr. Mate in competitive or ranked, so I'm not surprised to see it locked in. We would expect to see a mid laner as well, so we'll have to see whether they lock in a mid laner or if they think the Theory is going to go into the mid lane. They know it's potentially against an Orianna. I don't know how that matchup goes. I would expect it's pretty brutal for the Theory, but Aurora makes a lot more sense here. Aurora can be bullied out by the Orianna a little bit. Thank you for production there, for writing that in, so we don't have to keep reminding people. So now you can all remember. And Cyclone Gaming, interestingly, taking the support pick on one of their potential strong counters. However, this is the other way you can use this third pick, is you lock in a role that has not been locked in yet by the enemy team, and you double ban opposing champions. So looks like they're looking to ban the Poppy. Makes a lot of sense when you have a hook champion that wants to go in. Poppy uses Steadfast Presence and just stops you in your tracks. So I'm not at all surprised about that ban. For Oswald Green, would expect them to look towards potentially junglers here or AD carries. They're taking away the Olaf. That's more of a top lane pick. Well, it tends to be more of a top lane pick. So you're kind of saying you think the Rek'Sai's going towards the jungle, but Cyclone Gaming, I kind of just expect them to get rid of another either strong engage support or a disengage support. Yep, the Nico's a great one to get rid of here, just because that Nico W clone can be used to interrupt the Nautilus hook.
Yeah, and I'm going to be interested to see what Cyclone want to do with this first pick, who they want to give the counter pick to, and it looks like they want to give it to the top or the jungle. Keep in mind the strike side can go into either the top or the jungle, and it's scary. Now, they're going to hover the Rel, and that's what Cyclone were thinking about banning, and the Rel is locked in. The Crashdown Magnet Storm can be so dangerous, and now looking at these AD carries, I like, well, looking at the comp overall, I like how much movement Cyclone Gaming have, and it's an Ornn for Roswild, and the Mbessa should be the pick into that. What do you make of these final picks?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised about Rel Ornn. You were lacking entirely your front line on Roswald Green's side. I think there's two great pickups to just round it out. It's now over to Cyclone Gaming to decide, do we want to put that Rek'Sai into the Ornn? And do we think the Rek'Sai can do well enough? Or do we lock in our own top laner to really punish the Ornn? Gwen is one which, if you are good in this matchup, you can definitely do that. So we'll have to see how Cyclone Gaming's top laner Fronter can play on this Gwen. He does play the Gwen, and he does play the Ornn, so you'd expect him to know this matchup pretty well. Whereas you look at the other side, Cubis, again, not naturally always a top laner. So compared to the other games, I would be looking mostly towards this top lane. You're really going to want to see if this Gwen gets ahead or is put down. That being said, pretty much across the map.
And also, I love Roswild Green's composition and Cyclone's composition. I don't really have one I favor here, as Cyclone wants to be more movement heavy, and obviously the Gwen and the Rek'Sai and the Nautilus are going in, while the Orianna and the Corki look to free fire from the back line. But Roswild Green, I love dive compositions, and holy do we have an interesting one here. Now, my concern is well, until the final pick. My concern was how the Kaisa is going to use the killer instinct, but the Ornhorn, you're gonna have 5 targets and you're gonna go wherever you want. And you're gonna have the Nefiri going in. The Aurora is gonna go between the worlds. The Crashdown Magnet Storm into an Ornhorn. Like, this is a very scary draft from Roswild Green, and it's kind of what I love about dive comps is they can be very hit or miss, but when they hit, it is beautiful. Whose draft are you preferring here?
Yeah, in terms of, I think Roswell Green, they did a masterclass there in just rounding out their own comp with what it wants to do. They gave themselves the engage, they gave themselves the range with the Ornhorn, and they gave themselves the tanky front lines. They've got their AP, they've got their AD, their champs pretty much are all champions that, you know, they want to jump forwards into the enemy team, so it's very synergizing well together. They're continuing kind of what they did from game 2 of picking a well synergized team, so very strong there. Cyclone Gaming a bit harder to execute, but they have their solo potential win condition just away from the rest of everything, in that if this Gwen gets far enough ahead, it will just run the game. They also have a massive catch potential with things like the Oriana being able to put the ball onto the Rek'Sai and the Nautilus. They have really good poke coming out from the Corki and the Oriana. Their disengage, not the best or most effective, but it's not the worst either. When you look at these two comps, you've got one comp that is very good at the one thing that it wants to do on Roswild Green's side, and you've got a much more diverse comp on Cyclone Gaming's side, which has a lot more ways to play and potentially win the game. The question is just, can they do it? And honestly, if I was playing on one of these teams, I just prefer the champions on Cyclone Gaming's side. I mean, I like Ornn, I like Kai'Sa. I'm not a big fan of Aurora, Rel, or Neferi myself, or playing with them, so...
I'm gonna give you the problem with Cyclone Gaming's draft here. This Oriana's dead. It's as simple as that. Oriana's just dead in any of these team fights, and I do like the Cyclone Gaming draft, except for the Oriana pick. I am baffled that you would look at a Neferi and pick Oriana. As soon as you see a Neferi, you should know that's going to the jungle. You should know it's likely going to be a dive composition, and I am a little upset by this Oriana pick, as she does not have movement outside of... Obviously, she has her W, but the W is more used for damage and all that. And my other thing is, without her flash, she is in such big danger. I'm confused why Linkazo would pick this. I think Oriana is one of the strongest mid laners in the game, but into a dive comp, that's not what you want. You're going to send the ball in. You were talking about sending the ball in on the Rex side. It's like, go ball, go. Except who's defending you? Nobody is defending this Oriana in this matchup. What are you doing? Putting her between the Gwen scissors and saying, hey, you dive in, you get chopped up? Like, that's the problem with this, is that Oriana is going to be on the backside with the Corki, and there's going to be no one to follow up. Or not follow up, but there's going to be no one to protect her from this Neferi, from the Kai'Sa. One Ornhorn connects, and Kai'Sa's going in onto Oriana. Neferi's going in. Aurora can jump between worlds. The Crashdown Magnet Storm is going to keep the front line in the front line. This Oriana is such a out of place pick, considering what you should have expected out of Roswild Green. And I'm a little confused whether this is supposed to be a comfort pick or what you thought was good into this comp. But if I see a Neferi, Oriana is not one of the champions I am picking. And so I am really disappointed in this pick, and I think she's going to be exploited throughout this game.
So I think it's a comfort pick. At the end of the day, it's a comfort pick. We will be going into game soon, but the Oriana is a comfort pick, and at the end of the day here, you're looking for it to just do a lot of damage before it dies. You're picking it in a situation where you know you're probably going to die on the Oriana, but if you put out enough damage beforehand, that's fine. If you make yourself annoying of a target to kill, that's also fine. We'll have to see how they actually manage to play that out. Orianna can be deceptively hard to kill when you decide to use the W and the E to keep yourself alive, especially if you build something like a Zhonya's on top of it, just for that extra armor. We'll have to see how Linkazo plays this. Phase Rush as well, so he has some of that extra movement. It's very easy to proc on Orianna. But I think we'll
and
mostly be
do
looking
you
towards the
notice
lane
anything
in
with
the
the
early game.
runes?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I don't notice anything special about the runes, but you're the analyst. Do you see anything that catches your eye?
Yeah, not particularly. I mean, you've got Conqueror on the Corki. You can tend to go a lot of other things, but Conqueror's fine. I think Heal on Nautilus is a bit of an interesting one. You'd usually expect to see Ignite or even Exhaust. To be honest, I really would have liked to see Exhaust in this game. You're against something like an Apheri. Nice trade in the bottom lane. Exhaust is an amazing pickup just to stop something like the Neferi from killing you. Potentially even someone like Linkazo could have thought about taking the Exhaust in this case. You do give up that early potential TP for the free TP, but if you survive through that, the Exhaust provides a lot of value against a team like this in the late game.
I agree with you there, and I think Kill is just keeping in mind that it's a dive comp, but maybe just the wrong response. And
Yeah.
you said your top lane is your lane to watch. I think it's my lane to watch too, but all Cubus has to do is play safe. You do not need this Ornn to be ahead. He can be behind a little bit. His presence will always be felt in these team fights. My lane to watch is going to be this mid lane.
Yep. Realistically, if Cubus wants to play this smart, he doesn't worry too much about falling behind on CS. He just keeps making sure that he gets every XP that he can. Just slowly scales up towards those Ornn items. We could see something happen in the mid lane. It would have to be Linkazo or Knight misplaying it, but we definitely could see something happen there. Come to think of it, I think the most likely place to be able to see a kill is actually in this bottom lane, with both of these supports, ones that can go in very easily but struggle to get out again after they've gone in. I wouldn't be surprised to see the first kill actually coming out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I don't think these junglers are... Well, these junglers have two different play styles. Neferi likes to farm to 6, and Rek'Sai kind of likes to go in early, as you will see Fido taking the first Scuttle Crab, but there won't be kills in the bot or in the mid lane early. But it's when the junglers get to 6 that I'm gonna look for action to start breaking out, kind of in that mid lane in regards to the junglers.
Oh, a little fight coming out in the bottom lane, but this is pretty much how it's going to go every time. They'll just trade some health down, they'll walk away, get it back up, trade the health down again. It's pretty much going to happen until we see one of the two sides really mess up and engage, or have the jungle come. Ooh, Cubus is low on mana, and that wave is not in a good state for him. He is going to have to TP back to this wave most likely. No? Okay, yep, no. Fronted decided to clear it out, shove it in, so that's actually probably just going to give Cubus a free walk back to lane without losing too much. Ooh.
Yeah, but now over in the spot side, Gusano gonna go in with the crash down. But now Sekai is going to be in a lot of trouble, but Dr. Mate cannot finish him off. The barrier was just enough, and now Gusano's going to be in a lot of trouble, and so is Dr. Mate. His kill's going to be going in, but now Sekai has gone back in, and it'll be a trade of the ADCs early. And Gusano will go down the kill as well.
And unfortunate for Psychoron there, he did not have to walk back in. He could have just left it up to Killer to take both those kills. It would have been possible for the Nautilus. But he wanted to try and get that kill for himself. Understandable on the AD carry to want that. Unfortunately for him, Not only does he go down, he does not get the kill back onto Dr. Matic. He does go over to the Nautilus. But this support difference now is a lot of gold. That's 500 gold difference in the support's pockets. That's full boots versus the Kindle Gem. And in this situation, yeah, CG's bot lane is feeling a lot better about themselves right now than Roswald Green's is. First Drake is a Hextech Drake. It's possibly one of the strongest singular Drakes to just get on its own, as well as being the best soul. Of course, this means it won't be able to be the soul, but still a very nice Drake to pick up.
Hold on a second. Fido's going to go in, but the stun from Gasana is going to look to come out, but now it's not enough as the Nautilus is going to pull him back, and he's in a lot of danger as Fido's going to pick up a kill, and that will be another early one over to this bot side. But the problem is the kills aren't going onto your ADC, and now Dr. May gonna look to remove the tunnel, but Fido gonna go in, and now everyone's gonna go in as the Valkyrie's gonna bring him in, and Dr. Mate will go down. He gets a little bit of his medicine dished back out into him, and that will be the early feats of warfare over to the side of Cyclone Gaming and the first Drake.
And yeah, I mean, who could have predicted that Roswald Green's bot lane there would not respect the fact that they don't know where the enemy jungler is. The support's also off the map. There's no wards. They end up giving over two more kills that they really didn't have to. And it's a bit of a disaster. The enemy bot lane's now ahead. Pretty much everyone's ahead except for the mid lane at the moment. So Cyclone Gaming very happy with how this early game is going. Pretty much couldn't ask for much more. We'll have to see whether that will change.
Hold on a second. There's a little bit of danger, but
Nice dodge.
Horn a complete whiff from Cubis after Fronta gets the dash out of there. But this top side starting to become explosive, and now keep an eye on the junglers level 6s, and they're going to start coming online very shortly. As thank you, producer. Jin is already at level 6. Actually, Fido's about to hit it, but Jin, look at the level gap between him. I'm always interested in taking a look at the level differences. And
it's pretty much
now
level
it's going
right
to
now.
be something to keep in mind. Yeah, exactly. And now the other scary thing is Jin is officially a champion now. And a very, very dive heavy champ. But now the Void Grubs are going to be started off by the side of Cyclone Gaming, and they're just going to have to be handed over for free.
And yeah, looks like Jin is perfectly happy to just give those over. He's not worrying about taking it. That's 2 of the kind of big early game objectives already picked up. Although, have they left? No, they do take all of them. Trading coming out a lot in the bot lane here. Oh, Dr. Mate taking so much damage, just underestimating that early Corki damage that you can put out with the Sheen. Now Cubis starting to get good trades.
Yeah, Cubis, the Ornn surprisingly does a lot of more damage than maybe you would expect, but it's still a Gwen, so you have to be careful. And if we could just get a look at the vision differences for both teams from our observer, look at the vision for Cyclone Gaming. Wards all over the place, and I think the vision game is so important as we see how much vision they have over the map. As now, is Gusana going to go in with the Crash Down Magnet Storm, and Jin is here, and Sekaran is going to be in a lot of danger as Dr. May went in, but now Dr. May will only be the only one in trouble, and it will be as the execute comes in front, they're going to flash on the Cubis, and Cubis is going to go down in the top side, and now Knight is going to be here, but he's a little too late. And this Cyclone Gaming team will pick up 2 more massive kills. But now, Jin looking to go back in, and he's going to go right in onto Sekaran, and he gets the reset with the ultimate. Now Fighter Series is going to use the depth turn to get onto it, but now Fighter's going to get back under the turn with the flash. And now, Jin goes invulnerable, invincible that way. Kill could not get him, and Gusano also will back off, and everyone is gonna back after a lot of blood was shedded in that fight.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a consolation prize there for Oswald Green, being able to pick up that 1 kill on the back half. 2 plates picked up in that mid lane. So many more plates picked up in the top lane, and Fronter now has built that 1.4k gold lead out of nowhere, also getting a kill onto Cubis. It's an absolute disaster in the top lane. This is what I said about if this Gwen can get herself ahead, she can really snowball this game out of hand, force the enemy team to come to her, and it is looking like Fronter could just run away with this game right now. That's the full Nash is
definitely have to be
finished.
careful now. I don't think it's runaway time yet. We looked at the total damage, but the thing to keep in mind is that in any matchup with an Ornn, the Ornn is a sponge and will soak up a lot of damage. And so it looks like, wow, Fronta did so much, but keep in mind that it's into an Ornn and you only have 1 kill to show for it on what was simply Cubis overstepping. And Fronta had to burn his flash for it too. So definitely just something to keep in mind is it maybe isn't as bad as it looks yet, but it could get worse as the game goes on. And now you may look for the junglers to maybe show some help and presence towards this top side to either extend the Gwen's lead or to stop her lead. And if you're either jungler, do you think the plan is more keep showing presence towards the bot side or maybe go help the top side?
Oh no, I think so at this point. There's not much you can do from either side in this top lane. I mean, you can gank the Gwen, you can try and get a kill against her, but even if you do, you know, you're not flipping this lane back. The lane's just gone at this point.
Yeah, but speaking of flipping the lanes back, Fido's gonna go right in onto Gusano, and Gusano's in a little bit of danger as everyone's gonna be here, but Crash Down Magnet Storm comes over the top and just gonna use the ultimate and go invincible, and now Likaza's gonna kill Gusano, but the EDC is down, but now Dr. Mate's gonna be in a lot of trouble, but he actually finds a kill! Likaza's gonna look to chase him down and will finish him off with the auto, but Dr. Mate pulling out a little bit of magic.
And there we see, honestly, some of the power that this Orianna can provide, just the extra stats from the wall being on the allies. If she can stand back, just keeps autoing whoever's closest to her. People do really underestimate the auto attack damage that an Orianna can put out. It's why the meme build of Orianna, which is actually good, is to build a Nash's Tooth. If you can get away with autoing, you do so much damage with one. And yeah, at the moment, it's still just keeping about 3k for CG in the lead. I'm surprised, though, that Gwen has not pushed a lot harder front on this Gwen to try and take that first turret, especially after they saw where the Neferi was. Now it's a bit risky to do so, because you can fall to Neferi.
Yeah, and look at that chunk of damage from Cubis. It's exactly what I was talking about, is that Ornn does a lot more damage than maybe a lot of people would expect. And now Fronta going to be in a lot of danger, but Jhin doesn't have his ultimate yet. It may be moving up a little bit early. But now Kill going to get a root onto Gusano, as now Sekiron is going to look to go in onto him. And Dr. Mate's going to take a chunk of damage, but so is Sekiron. But Dr. Mate's in a lot of trouble, and Gusano, get down, Mr. President, will dive in front of the bullet and take it. But look out for Fido. Gusano's going to be in a lot of danger here as they're going to look for the dive onto him, and no one's aware of Fido's positioning as he's going to go in, and Gusano will just drop to the depth charge. Or not the depth charge. Oh my god. Correct me.
Yeah, and the top lane turret finally goes down. Fronta picking up that first turret blood onto the Gwen, extending the lead just a little bit more. I was wondering why the Rel was dying so quickly. They're building a redemption first on the Rel. Looks like they're also building a redemption first on the Nautilus. There is a reason why Riot keeps nerfing these, the redemption. They don't want you building it. And you see one of the downsides of building it first here, actually, as Gusano could probably have got out if he'd had just a little bit of armor there, walking towards his own tower, but does go down. And Roswald Green looking for potentially their first of the big neutral objectives of this game with the Rift Herald.
Yes, but now they're going to have to back off, and Kill will catch Cubis, but that's not how you want it, as the owner is going to come out over the top and land massively onto two, but Frontal's going to be in a lot of danger as he's knocked up and locked up, but now the Redemption's going to come down, and Cubis is just brought back by the hook, and he will be drowned beneath the waves. And now a 5 versus 4 as Gusano overstepped, and Between Worlds will come out and disappear as there is nothing they could do.
Yeah, and CG just improving this lead. Oh, Linkazo now has to try and get away. That will be a dead Orianna. And yeah,
nothing to say there. Linkazo just stepping into the wrong neck of the woods, and
flash.
A little bit of something getting back, but now Dr. Mate's going to be in a lot of trouble. Sekiron's going to use the Valkyrie to go in, and now Fighter's going to be chasing him down, and he's going to use the Void Rush to go on to Dr. Mate, and he's too tanky for the tower, and that will be another death onto Dr. Mate.
And a pretty important kill for CG there in the mid lane. That should open up this mid lane tower, allow them to at least get the outer. Probably, if they really want to push this, they might be able to get the inner as well. But with Rek'Sai Corki both backing off, that's quite unlikely. Xano just doing his best to keep the wave away. Meanwhile, yeah, Fronta will always be happy pretty much to sit here, just facing the Ornn in a side lane. Will be able to keep picking up gold, pushing the Ornn back in. Eventually is going to get towards that, I forget what it's called, the item that gives you Omnivamp and scales your AP also with your health. Rift Maker is it. Thank you. And that's one of the core Gwen items. When she has that, she'll basically be able to sit in this side lane forever against the Ornn, because the Ornn will trade nicely onto her, but she'll just jump forward, snip him back, and take all the health that she lost. So that's really the big item spike to look out for. Again, it's a 2-item spike. 2-item spike's very important in the game. We should start to see them coming out soon on the side of CG, and we'll have to look to see whether they use those 2-item spikes to really press the advantage that they currently have. In terms of objectives, there's not much coming up too soon. We've got a Drake and Atakan in about a minute and a half's time. But they're just looking for picks on each other.
Going to be found by Fido, and just a little bit of trading as the dog is going to run back to his owner. But Gusano is aware of how many members are here, but the problem is Cyclone Gaming just have a 4,500 gold lead, and they are just running the Rift right now as the Cloud Drake is spawning soon, and so is the Otacon. And there's just not much going right so far for Roswell Green, unless this can go right. And Sekiron is just going to be bursted down as the Ornors over the top is going to keep Fido off of their carries for just a little bit longer, and Fido will drop. And that is how you execute this team comp. One moment you think you're safe, and the next you're just dead to rights as Knight in a little bit of danger, but their reward will be the Cloud Drake.
Yeah, really nice from Roswell Green there. They managed to find the pick. That's the kind of picks they need to make right now to pull themselves back into this game. It does unfortunately mean that Fronta will take that top inner tower, putting another 700 gold into his pockets. But you take these trades right now, you need anything to stop this Drake stacking. You can't really afford to be giving over something like the Cloud Soul to a Gwen. Especially not a Gwen who is 2.7k gold ahead, already has her completed 2 items. Probably just going to back for the full boots. And you've got to be a bit worried still if you are Roswald Green. Of course, Atakan is now up. The outer tower is still there for CG, so they feel a lot safer walking into this, as well as having that big gold lead, making them feel very safe. Oh, Gusano's caught.
And now Gusano gonna be in a lot of danger here. He thought they may be on the Otacon, but Jin will arrive to help out. But everyone's gonna start to move down. Now Cubis does have his TP. Keep that in mind as the top laner is looking to make their shift to the mid lane. But Gusano has to back off at some point and reset. But Knight will chunk out Linkazo and look at it in the bottom lane as they're gonna start to go in. And now Dr. Mate and Jin are on the wrong side of things. They have to be careful as now Gusano going to look to try to keep him away off of his teammates with the crash down. And he will have to find a new horse as everyone is starting to position around this bottom side. But Knight's in a lot of danger and will flash away from Fronta. And Fido is almost down as the Ornord's going to be called and they're going to go in on Fido. And Fido's just down. And now, going into the back half of the fight, Brent is in a lot of danger, but Jin's in a lot of danger as well as the crash down Magnus Storm's gonna come out. And Cubis is also down to low HP as Gusano will drop to Linkazo, but now, Knight's gonna be found by Kill. The Akitian Rain over the top is gonna look to chunk him out, but it's not enough. Kill is almost down and he's gonna be dead too. Dr. Mate! And now, they are still in a lot of danger as everyone's going to look to stay around. They will go into a 2v2 here, and Sekhiron has to be careful pushing forward. You do know where Jin is, and they will elect to back off, and both sides will walk away dripping with blood.
But a great play there from Roswell Green. They pull themselves back into this game, claw their way back to that even gold state. Only 2.2k difference now. And if you look at where their gold actually is, the Gwen is 2.6k up. So the rest of the team, Roswell Green, are now ahead on the rest of the map. The only gold difference is in that top lane. And we're getting close to those Ornn items. As soon as those start coming out, this gold lead means less and less. So we really have to keep an eye out. CG have to try and do something. They've really pushed the map. They are in complete control, not lost a single tower yet. But they can't afford to make mistakes like that again. They're looking towards the Atakan. Gwen no TP, but also still pushing the top lane.
I'd also like to point something out real quick, is the fact that I don't like your gold lead being on your top laner for one reason. Fronta is going to be away from a lot of the team fights. Now, yes, he should have some good trading here as Cubis is in a lot of danger. He's going to have to call the Ornhorn to help get himself out of there, but he's going to use the dash and it's going to completely be buffered away, and Fronta's going to use the needlework to get him. But no, it's just not enough. But now Knight's going to be in a lot of danger as Sekhiron looks to find him, but they're okay for now. But here comes Jin and Dr. Mate, and you got to be careful. Dr. Mate, do not go in onto that one. But everyone looking to position around this Otacon. But here's the thing, is that if they go into a 4v4 fight, this is basically an even gold game. As now, they actually will look to go in onto the fight, and the crash down Magus Storm over the top onto 3! But Jin is just going to be chunked out! The Otacon is here shredding the armor, and Fighter's going to go down to the armor shred! But now, Dr. Mate is still alive and free firing, and it will be a trade of the of 2 for 2. But that's exactly what I was saying, was the fact that it was definitely swayed by the Otacon. But if they go into a 4v4 team fight without the top laners, I favor Roswell Green. And it's going to be dangerous and hard to keep in mind.
And so do I, but here's the thing. While that teamfight was going on, all CG needed to do was not lose it too hard. Because what we saw happen on the top side of the map was that the Gwen was pushing so hard, she kept the Ornn there while the teamfight was going on. The Ornn would have loved to TP into that and just turn it entirely in his team's favor, but he couldn't. If he'd done so, that Gwen just turns around and potentially even ends the game. Even so, with the Ornn there, she just takes the tower, takes the inhib in his face and walks out unscathed. They've got to be very scared about this Gwen just being able to end the game.
Yes, they do need to be careful.
Again.
Yes, but the thing is, a lot of gold is going to be lost on the top side for the side of Cyclone Gaming. But now, the Drake should be going down to this Gwen, who's at the point where she can solo the Drakes. But Now, you have to be careful. You're walking into complete darkness, but now the Otacon gonna start to shred him, and Gusano's gonna go in with the crash down Magnus Storm as the Ornor's gonna come in over the top, and it's on to 3, but Gusano's already dead, and the Between Worlds is gonna come out, and now Kill's gonna look to be in a lot of trouble, but now the Otacon's gonna start shredding their armor, and Roswild's Green's gonna have to back up, but and there's a lot of low health bars as now Cubits is going to look for an angle back onto him, but everyone is backed off and Cubits is going to stop it back, but now Knight's in a lot of danger, but now Sekhiron is almost brought down to his knees by the Otacon, and that is something you have to be careful of. Everyone will look to back off as Gusano will be the only one to fall there miraculously. But now it's actually going to be Fido falling. Knight blows him up, and that may just be the Otacon over to the side of Roswild Green.
Yeah, that is a big kill onto Fido right there. They can start up the Otacon now. They have the smite.
Knight, you better back up.
Though. Do you really want to try and flip this in front of the Gwen? Looks like they don't, although Roswald's Green still hanging around despite Gwen.
Yeah, and Jin's actually going to go in onto Sekhiron, but it's not enough. He just doesn't do enough damage, and now he's in the middle of Fronto, and Fronto's just going to look at snip off the top of your dome! And Gusano's going to go down again, but there goes Sekhiron! And now over in the bottom side, there's a lot of low health bars, and they are damn well aware of this. As Dr. Mate, someone's going to go down to Fronto, is using the needlework, and Jin's in a lot of trouble, but now Fronto's in a lot of trouble tonight! But Fronta gets a kill on Dr. Mate, but Knight goes faster for a double kill, and he's looking for the third! Dr. Mate will force the stopwatch as Linkazo likes to pause his death timer just a little bit longer. But Fido just gets here in time, but now it may not matter as Knight's already going to be dead, and now Jin's in a lot of trouble as the Void Rush will bring down Fido. Everyone's gonna drop.
And I just want to point out, during that entire fight, Cubis has been top lane, sitting there with TP. He's finally made it to the enemy altar. And here he goes. It's so interesting to see this play, as someone on Roswald Green obviously took the call there. Cubis, do not TP in, we don't need you for this. But imagine if the Ornn had been there, what a difference in that fight it could have been. It was so close right up to the wire. It took Fido dying midway through the fight and coming back to finish it, picking up those last 2 kills. And still, no one has the Attica.
I think it's a massive blunder by Cubis. If Cubis was there, I think they win the fight and win the Otacon. And now it's a 2,000 gold lead, so it has been brought back a little bit, but look at the jungle gold difference. But also, Knight has 3 items. Knight is going to be so scary, and if he goes invisible and finds any angle onto Sekhiron or Linkazo, they may just be blown up. So you have to be careful. But it's going to be very scary when Fronta, is going to be sitting around here waiting in bushes, in shrubs. They are pinging that they have no clue where Fronta is. And now you do not want to take this team fight, as they're going to maybe look to start the Baron. But this is the thing, is that Cyclone cannot fight without Fronta. And Roswald Green cannot fight without Knight. But they may look for a bit of a fight anyways, and Fronta's going to go in on tonight. He's going to look to hop between worlds and barely get out of there with the ultimate. But this is exactly what I said you had to be careful of. You cannot lose Knight. That is your main source of damage. If we can bring up the damage totals for this game, we will see that Knight has done so much damage, as you can see it there. But look at Jin. This is my thing about Nefiri, is that Nefiri does not do a ton of damage, and she's more of a blow-up champion. And you can see there that Jin has not been able to blow people up, and therefore is hardly a champion in this game. Roswald Green are fighting what is essentially a 4 versus 5, and that's what's so scary about Nefiri. I used to play her a lot. She just doesn't do damage. And now, hold on a
Yeah.
second. The Otacon is going to be pinged out. They're
Going for it
recognizing
again.
that everyone's backing up, and they have a slight clue that they're on the Otacon, but everyone's going to start running, but you got to run a mile, and you do not have the time as the Otacon is just going to go over. And a massive mistake to back all at the same time from Roswild Green, and the soul points is up. But they're going to look to go to the Baron.
Interestingly.
Maybe. No, they're just going to back up. They're going to say you can have the cloud for free. But no, they actually do want to contest this. And the question is, how fast will this Drake go down? This is going to be a big fight here. As Front is going to look to go in on a Cubits, and the Drake will be secured by Jin as the Ornor is going to come out over the top. And it's going to land on the 3. Crash down Magnus Storm. And Knight will blow them all. Now, Linkazo's going to be in trouble on the backside, and now Cubits is in a lot of trouble as well, and they're caught between them all! Linkazo looks to take down Jin, and Jin, that dog, is going for a run! And now he's just going to be chased down. Fronta and Sekirot are too damn strong! Jin somehow is gonna make the miracle run and get away, and Dr. Mate will take a turret, but Roswild Green have come out of that fight ahead, and look at the gold lead. It's not even existent anymore. And the Baron is up on the menu as members are going to be respawning, and this may be a Baron fight coming up soon here on the docket.
Yeah, and Cyclone Gaming, they're just fumbling that fight a little bit. So many blinking health bars on the enemy's team, but they don't quite do their target selection in sync, and they can't quite get anyone down. And like you said, this gold lead is pretty much non-existent now. The Ornn has been giving out his ornaments, and in fact, it means that probably the gold effectively is in Roswild Green's pockets. That said, this Gwen still absolutely massive, has 3.5 items, can potentially carry this game, just needs to get into the right spot to do it. On the other side, yeah, you look towards Knight. If Knight is taken out, then that is pretty much most of the damage, to all of the damage gone from Roswild Green.
Yeah, but now everyone just positioning around this middle. And the question is, when is the Baron going to be ripped? And Linkazo in his side lane, his Knight's going to go between worlds and look to blow him up. Look at the execute as the Shockwave is going to have to come out defensively, but it just doesn't do enough. And now Linkazo's going to be in a lot of trouble as he's going to chunk down Knight. But now Knight is finally going to back off, and he's going to go in and he's going to miss.
The minions,
he
though.
flashed for that. And now Knight doesn't have his flash, and he almost didn't have a life. And now everyone's going to be jostling around this middle for the positioning. You have to be careful. When do you want to pull the trigger if you're Roswild Green? You cannot do it here with Knight down so low, and Knight will finally back off. But maybe this is your Baron angle. They say it's not, and everyone will go back to base.
And Flash, such a big loss on the Aurora. I mean, that is one of those summoner spells for a champion that can sometimes struggle to get on top of the backline. Flash can really help that. Flash, pretty much instant whack onto someone, can take out something like Sekirot on the Corki instantly. So having the Flash down, I mean, you're ecstatic if you're Cyclone Gaming right now. You know, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Although, they've maybe found
now Kill gonna go in onto Gusano, but everyone's gonna back off. But you can feel the tension. It's resting on a knife's edge as everyone is gonna be in danger. There's so many opportunities to blow people up here, but look at the gold lead. It's starting to blossom again for Cyclone Gaming. It's only 1.2k, but it's still, most of it is on that Gwen, who is at 3 items now. She will be so dangerous if she is allowed onto that back line. But I talked about it in the pre-draft, that the problem with it is everyone has somewhere to go. If the Gwen goes onto you, and now actually speaking of going on, the Ornor is going to be interrupted by Kill, but Jin's going to go in down to second round, and he's going to go all the way in, and Fido's going to be falling on the backside, but now Jin's in a lot of trouble, and now Fido's alive. Somehow gets out of there. Oh my!
The Oriole!
But now Kill in a lot of danger, but so is Knight, and second round's gonna go straight in on the Knight, but Cubus is gonna be able to knock him up and keep him up, and the Knight is gonna fall! Crush down Magnus Storm! We'll find another, and Dr. Mate is gonna look to keep free firing! And Dr. Mate will drop them all! But now, Fronta gonna look to go in onto that backside, and now Cubus has to get back there. But Dr. Mate will look to charge down and take as much of the mid lane as possible. But Fronta looking to get anything back. But a quadra kill out of Dr. Mate will keep his team alive here in this one.
Yeah, and two inhibs versus 2 towers and a bunch of kills. I mean, Roswell Gaming, they're still Roswell Green are very happy about that still. The question is just, can they do something with these extra inhibs down and the super minions coming in? Will they be able to convert this to anything, or will CG be able to look to end the game? This is the maximum amount of dragons we could potentially get before getting the soul. And the next one is
Now,
a guaranteed soul for either team.
I'd like to point out Roswell Green. I talked about how Fronta has to be able to get onto them, but now with the Cloud Soul, it's going to be even harder to get onto them and get away from them. And now Fronta going to look to go in onto Cubus, but he's definitely very scary here. But the thing is that Cyclone Gaming continue to have the positioning advantage, but look at the gold lead. It's swinging Roswell Green's way, but the problem is Fronta is going to be so dangerous and Cubus has to defend them. But look over at the Baron. They're going to start the Baron, but now they're going to be none the wiser. But now the Crash and Magnus Storm! And Knight will blow them all up! Oh my! As everyone's gonna be dropping, Fronta looking to end this game, but it's not gonna be enough between the inhibitor.
It's all down to him.
Just maybe enough. Fronta gonna
He's winning.
Up and Cubus is gonna stop him, but Knight is here. Knight blows him up, and that may be the game.
It's an open inhib, but with 25 seconds left, surely Roswell Green can get the end of this game. There is no TP on Knight, so it is down to the 3 here. Dr. Mate, Gasano, and Jin to push this in. Gasano's going to tank up as much as he can, keep these minions alive. That is the correct decision to make. Only 8 seconds on the Corki. They don't think they can do it. It would have been a stretch to try, but Roswell Green can't feel comfortable in this game anymore. The open Nexus, that Gwen, the hero play by Fronta after the team fumbles at the Baron, managing to take both Nexus towers, opening up the Nexus. No wards put down, so nowhere to TP into. But they do have 2 TPs on the team, so potentially Linkazo and Fronta, 2 champions who do get very good auto attacks, could look to TP in and end this game at some point. And we've already found out, Cubus cannot hold Fronta. Especially with those Nexus turrets down. If Fronta runs at this base, and Cubus is the only one there, Fronta will end this game.
It has to be Knight. Knight is the only one with the damage to stop Fronta. But that is your main damage dealer that you're going to put back on defense. Now, I don't know the inhibitor respawn timers right now, but they should be coming back up soon, which should get them a little bit of relief. And everyone has to be careful. This game is sitting on a knife's edge. Look at the gold lead, 4,500 for Roswell Green, but your base is in shambles. You have $1 million sitting in a rotting, decrepit house and saying the house will be enough to defend it. You cannot settle for that. But in a minute and a half, the Cloud Soul will be, the Soul Point Dragon will be up, and And that will have to be one that everyone sets their eyes to. If Cyclone Gaming get that speed boost, they're just going to run it down into your base. But now you know that Front is sitting on the top side, and look who has to go. It has to be Knight. Knight is the only one with the means of actually stopping him and the means of getting away from him in a 1v1, as the Between the Worlds is going to be massive. But everyone is positioning around the middle.
Oh,
And
Knights
now
on the
they'll
way.
let Fronta go. A bit of a questionable decision.
Well, Knights on the way back. Yeah, Knights just basically posturing between these two lanes, trying to keep Fronta back while trying to be there ready for a potential engage. Roswell Green just need to get one good fight. Meanwhile, CG just need enough of a distraction for Fronta to sneak into that base.
Yeah, and
And
the
end the game. The
inhibitors
inhibs
will
have
respawn.
respawned.
But you have to send someone to stop Fronta, and Fronta is recognizing
10
this.
seconds on the
You
Drake.
cannot leave me alone. It's like leaving a toddler alone with a bomb. Nothing good's gonna come out of it. But Fronta and Knight are gonna look to go at it as the inhibitor revolve, and everyone's gonna go in, and the Ornor's gonna land on the 3, and everyone's gonna be going in, and now Sekirot is in a lot of danger as the reset with the Nefiri ultimate's gonna come out, but just gonna be bursted down, and now Fronta has been backed off, and now Fido will go down, and that should be the Cloud Soul over, unless they wish to run this down. Fronta has gone back to base. You've held off death for just a little bit longer, but the Crash Down Magnus Storm is going to be getting by the bullet from the ultimate, or from the Nautilus, but Linkazo is already down. And now they're going to look to take this soul, and the inhibitor turrets are back up, crucially, and Roswild Green are in full control of this game.
And it feels like the rest of CG just don't have the patience to wait for Fronta to win this game for them. All they need to do is buy Fronta time. They don't need to engage. They need to very specifically sit back, waste the time of Roswild Green. But they just don't seem able to do it. Fronta is solo pretty much holding them in this game right now with the amount of pressure that he's putting down. But at the moment, it's really feeling like Roswild Green are the ones that have the game in their hands. And let's spot out the Gwen.
Yeah,
does interrupt the back,
Fronta,
but that doesn't really mean much. Ooh, but the Ornhorn.
Fronta maybe in a little bit of danger as Dr. Mate's gonna get here, and Fronta's gonna be caught out! That's who you cannot lose!
Massive.
And you just dropped him for nothing! Oh no, a massive mistake out of Fronta! And now the rest of the team's actually going to be in danger as they're going to look to run him down with this Cloud Soul. Sekirot and Fido have no clue what's going on, but you're about to find out! Jake going in with the ultimate to Crash Down Max Storm's going to keep them all locked in place! And Knight will take their heads for his collection!
And with 40 seconds on these death timers still left, 30 seconds now on Fronta, you have to imagine this is the game. Just the Oriana and the Nautilus to try and defend this. 20 seconds, they might decide that they are just a bit worried of Fronta, but honestly, I think they should go for this. They are moving forwards for it. Linkazo
can
stepping
only
back.
watch. Now Knight gonna look for the blow up, just looking to
Sonya's,
increase his KDA just a little bit more. And the Nexus is open, and that will be it. Roswild Green from the depths will bring this one all the way back and go up 2-1 in this upper grand final. Well, upper final, excuse me.
A really interesting game to watch. I think that one was a game of patience. We saw Roswild Green there having the patience to stay in that game, to just hold off until the patience wore thin for Cyclone Gaming. The rest of the team would step up, they would get caught, they would try and make an engage when they just didn't have to, and then they would pounce, and Roswild Green managing to take that game away. And that's got to be such a heartache there for Fronta.
really has to be, and now Cyclone Gaming, you have to go back to the drawing board. You tried to switch it up. You brought in a new ADC. You switched what side you're drafting with, and you had a draft that looked good on paper, and it just didn't work out. But we will give them a little bit of time to go back to the drawing board and figure out the key to this puzzle, as we will send it to a break, and we will be back with Game 4 shortly. Welcome back, everybody. What a game we just watched. Definitely some maybe misguided plays coming out of Cyclone Gaming, but for the side of Roswild Green, I highlighted it in the pregame. Hey, their keys to winning, Dr. Mate and Knight, and talk about those two stepping up. And the Ornhorns were great, and just everything went right for Roswild Green in the back half of that game. What did you see that you liked so much out of that, Gablet?
Yeah, I think, well, if I'm honest, I think it's more that Roswell Green, they had the patience. They didn't feel like they needed to overforce when they didn't have to. Um, they could have really tried to go on and punish this Gwen, but they knew, hey, we struggle to beat the Gwen, but we can win these 4v4s. If we can get a good engage in the 4v4, we only need to hold the Gwen back enough for us to win the 4v4, and then we can pressure elsewhere on the map. And that's basically what they did. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cyclone Gaming, they just didn't have that patience to wait for their Gwen to win the game for them. And it's got to feel bad if you're Fronter because you had that game basically in your hands and a few fumbles basically from the rest of the team and it goes off from you. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. They are staying on the red side, so they're staying with their counter pick. I don't know whether they'll decide to give that to Fronter again. I mean, he got really far ahead. He was doing really well with the counter pick, so maybe they will. Or maybe they'll go, do you know what? We lost that game, having given him this counter pick. Let's keep it for somewhere else and try. Maybe they're going to try really pushing their bot lane to be ahead. Maybe they'll try pushing the mid lane. We'll just have to see how they decide to draft it.
Yes, and my secondary co-caster here wants to make an appearance as she was trying to steal food.
Hello.
As per usual, this is Olivia. You can say hi to the camera. But I think there they did not play around front. I think you had to make a decision. Are you going to use his pressure of the side lane pushing to get an advantage, or are you going to have him in the team fights? And it felt like for all but one moment, they went in for team fights when Fronto was off in no man's land. He wasn't side lane pushing and he wasn't even in the team fight. And so it just felt like such a big mistake. We saw the one time they did get the timing right, Fronto almost ended the game. And so you definitely have to be careful going into this one. But Roswell Green, you've proven that you can come from behind. So I think they're going to be oozing with confidence going into this one.
Yeah, and Roswell Green banning the same champions that they've been banning the whole time. If it ain't broke, why fix it? But on the side of Cyclone Gaming, we have quite a different set of champions being banned. The only one sticking around from previous, I believe, is Malphite. And Seraphine has been banned out over the Mel, which is insta-picked and insta-countered with the Anivia. I think Cyclone Gaming had this in mind.
If
And
you're
this is
willing to slam
potentially our
it that
last
early, you
game.
definitely did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Cyclone
the thing
Gaming need
is,
to win this to stay in. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, it definitely makes sense, and they're gonna go with the Mbessa. They want Fronta on another carry top laner, and I can't say I'm not surprised. And for the side of Roswell Green, I think you're happy to get your hands on the Mel, but that Anivia auto slam would definitely make me a little nervous. This could
Yes,
also
I think
still
they
be a flex into a Nivea support. Keep that in mind.
Yep, it's worth keeping in mind, but I think this is exactly what they're expecting. I think they had this Anivia ready to go into the Mel at some point, and this is just the time they've decided when their backs are against the wall to pull it out. They do also insta-lock the Ambessa, getting that in for Fronter in the top lane, so they're not going to be saving counterpick for him. I expect they'll probably be saving their counterpick for support. That's the most common place, but it is matched with a Varus and a Nocturne out of the side of Roswild Green. The Varus is an interesting pick.
I hate
I
this.
believe that's
I'm
a pick
gonna
away.
I'm gonna say this right now. Varus and Nocturne do not mix together. That Nocturne's going in and the Varus is just hoping to land his poke. I do not like this pick at all, especially when you're going into now a Jhin. And I love Nocturne team compositions, but what I'm looking at is not a Nocturne team composition. He pairs decently with the Mel, but him and the Varus have two different styles of play that do not match, because if Varus doesn't land his poke and the Nocturne goes in, this Varus is not helping out his teammate.
Yeah, counter theory, what if you use the Nocturne ult so that they cannot dodge the Varus poke?
That could
It's terrible,
be
of
true.
course, because you've then used Nocturne ult to hit some poke, but it's something you could do.
That, as I
Cyclone
could
Gaming
say,
slam the Jhin. What do you think about Jhin? I have strong opinions on Jhin right now.
I think Jhin is an interesting champion, more of an early lane dominance champion, but it really depends on what you pair with him. Now, putting him with that Anivia wall could be big, and the public execution could be a little helpful for locking down for the Jhin. But I think Jhin is a champion that kind of falls off later into the game. And so when I see it, I don't like it much, but you will have to keep him away from the Nocturne. And we see the bans come out, and it's an Amumu, an instant slam for likely the jungle role.
Yes, I think, I mean, personally, I think Jin's just not a great champion right now. He feels so bad to play. If you're behind, it feels like the game's lost, and if you're ahead, it feels like, you know, you're a champion in this game. It's just, I think you can generally pick a lot of other AD carries over him that will do the same thing. Amumu is a flex between that jungle and support position, so a really nice lock for them here. It brings you the tank, it brings you the CC, it can bring you damage if you really want to build Amumu damage. He can do an insane amount with his ult. And they counter it with a Renata. So
I don't like this Renata.
I don't know about that.
I don't.
And then Yorick.
Please don't lock Yorick. Please don't lock Yorick. If you lock Yorick, oh my god. Let me just explain
So
this now.
Roswell Green's
This
comp is a
Nocturne
mess.
is going in. Yeah, this Nocturne is going in alone, and he's basically going to try to break into someone's house to make friends with them, because he's going to have no friends with him, and he will have no help. Your help will come in the form of the Solar Snare and the Hostile Takeover, and that is not help for going in. I said I love dive compositions, but this is not a dive composition, and this is an interesting
What was
pick,
I saying?
but neither of these team comps
jungle
are coordinated.
Yeah, we've got Mbessa jungle coming out with a Fiora top to play into the Yorick. I have no idea how that matchup goes,
And
but it should be interesting to watch.
Support.
And that's a gauntlet thrown down right there by Fronter. That is Fronter saying, after that last game, I know I can beat you in this top lane, and I need a champion that's going to let me 1v9 this game when I do. And I can't wait to see how this game plays out, honestly. Both comps are a complete mess. None of these teams, they look more like solo queue teams than competitive teams. But we should see some really interesting lane matchups. We should see some really interesting skirmishes coming out. Some potentially very interesting team fights. This isn't a game that you're likely to see again.
I think you'll see this once in your lifetime and once in your lifetime alone. Now, I will say Mbessa Jungle is a legitimate thing. I believe it has a clear time of 302. And so it actually is like a viable clear path in the jungle. And I think this is going to be interesting. I believe this will be a Mumu support, and unless we get is something else that's really weird, but this should be a Mumu support, and a Mumu and Mbessa are going to want to go in with the Fiora, while Anivia and Jhin fire from the back line. But again, here's my problem with the whole Roswell Green comp. I think we just locked game 5. this comp from Cyclone Gaming is so weird that I would have automatically loved Roswell Green's composition, except I think you just like you went to a store and picked out the most colorful toy, regardless of if it's broken or not. Hi! Mel, I love Mel! Oh my god, Varus, that's shiny! Oh, Nocturne! Yeah, baby! And you literally picked 3 things that do not work together. Like, I don't
I think
like this
Varus
team
Mel
comp from
can.
Roswild Green.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
the Varus
Varus
Mel
Mel
is not
Renata
horrible.
can, but Yorick Nocturne do not work with these other champions. Really, they're not. They're not what you want with like Varus Mel Renata.
It,
It's very
and
all over the place.
let me say this real quick. Yorick wants to push off in a side lane. Mel and Varus want to poke. Renata is a bit more poke, push you back, and Nocturne wants to go in. If this Yorick is off in a side lane, the Nocturne can't even go in with his ultimate because as soon as you go in onto the Jhin, you are handing you are watching some dudes in ski masks get out of a car in front of your house. You're watching Ambessa and Amumu coming, and Nocturne's gonna say, "Hey, here's the keys to my house. Here's exactly where all the valuables are. Yeah, Mel, Varus, back there. I will leave in my car. You guys have a field day." Nocturne's gonna go in and leave his team alone if Yorick is pushing over in a side lane, and this Mel and Varus are gonna die for free. I am very scared of this team composition.
It's a 1-3 jungle. You have the Yorick in the side lane. You have the Mel, Varus, Renata sitting in your mid lane. Use the fact that together Renata Varus have a very decent disengage using Varus ult and pretty much all of Renata's abilities. Also, the Mel can reflect things, but in this game that doesn't really matter. I suppose you could reflect Nivea Q. That's basically it. But you use those to disengage. You have the Nocturne floating between the 2 lanes. Really, though, he's looking for an ult up top lane to help the Yorick out. Push. That's the only way I can see how this team comp works. That's and if we see them do that, I'll be impressed that they put this together to do that. But I'm not expecting it, to be honest. We'll have to see. Cyclone Gaming's team comp just as weird.
Here.
Just as weird. I don't know.
This is the thing. For Roswild Green, with the weird team comp from Cyclone Gaming, this was an amazing opportunity to end this in 4, and I do not think this is going to work. I think if this team comp is going to work, it's more going to come down to a missed public execution. Like, I do not see where Roswild's Green... hold on, let's logically go through how this is going to work. Mel is going to land a solar snare. The hostile takeover is going to come in over the top, and Nocturne's going to go in. And that has to be onto like your Jhin or the Anivia. But the Anivia wall will keep everyone separated.
Yeah, I think the Nocturne is only going to be going in onto either the Yorick lane or using his ult to help the mid disengage. I think this is literally a we hope Yorick can split push for the win comp, and that is it. That is all it does. It just disengages in the mid lane and goes, Yorick, please win for us. That's the only way I can see it working. Cyclone Gaming, I don't know what they've got locked in here. I mean, I guess they hope Fronter carries them with the Fiora. That could happen. They do have something nice to engage, I suppose, with the Amumu. The Ambessa can kind of follow up there. They got a fairly long range comp. The champs aren't ones that traditionally work amazingly together, I'd say, these 5, but it could work. It's one of these where we might just be looking at the top lane, and whichever top laner gets ahead wins the game.
But that's the thing is, we just saw Fronta dominate, and his teammates could not pull through and actually brought it back for the side of Roswell Green. So I don't. I think this does come down to the top lane, but I think it's with an asterisk considering the last game that we saw.
Yeah, Last game, though, the thing to note is that it was into an Ornn. So it was into someone that doesn't want to fight you and doesn't need to win the lane. Here, the Yorick will want to fight and will want to win the lane. So there is the potential for Fronter getting a lot further ahead, and the Yorick will provide a lot less. But we are into the game. Anything weird to note? There's a grasp on the Yorick. That's a bit strange. Apart from that, I mean, Killer has heal again on the Amumu. I suppose it's fine. We've got a cleanse on the Varus for cleansing, I suppose, Amumu's stun.
Electrocute versus Arcane comment. Not out of the ordinary for these champions, but gonna be interesting to see how the trading works out in the mid lane. And for this match, I'm looking at Knight. If there is one player I'm looking at for the side of Roswell Green, it's Knight. When I mentioned it last game, when that man's on, he takes over, and you saw what he did on Aurora last game, and I'm looking at him again.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether he can get ahead with this Mel. It has been banned in every other game so far, I believe, so he's finally got his hands on it. Will we see the reason it's been banned so much? CG are hiding in the bush here. Want to get some early damage off. They've done this a couple of games now, so maybe Roswell have an idea what's going on. They're going in. They're going on to Dr. Mate first.
And just going to be some trading, and Kill is going to go right on to Dr. Mate as the heal's going to be popped. And now the early pressure of the Amumu is going to come in, and Dr. Mate will barely get out of there. And Sekhiron is going to flash forward and take a kill. And now Sekhiron's going to be in some trouble, but he should be able to walk out of there.
Well, I thought we'd have to rely on the top lane for who's going to win this match, but looks like CG's bot lane have gone, nope, do you know what? We're the ones that are going to carry this game. They rocket out of the gate, get first blood 2 minutes into the game. And we'll have to see if they can convert that to anything more.
Yeah,
not too much else to note on at the moment. Yep. Slight lead is building up in the mid lane for Knight already. But apart from that, there's nothing to really talk about. With that extra longsword already, this Jhin is going to be feeling very strong in this lane. An extra 10 AD is definitely not insignificant this early on.
Yeah, and I mean, just this early game's going exactly how you wanted for Cyclone Gaming. And Knight will use the Reflect, and now Linkaza may be in a little bit of trouble as Knight's going to show his powers over in the mid lane, but they will be able to walk away. But Gusano going to be able to pull in kill. And now Cubis is in a little bit of trouble, but Fido is going to elect to back off.
Yeah, Cubis was just being poked out a little bit. Both junglers did opposite clears. CG's jungler ending up on the top side, whereas Roswell's ending up on the bot side. Just shows a bit where they might be trying to focus some of that jungle pressure in the early game. Could also just be them trying to avoid each other. So not too much to read into in that one. So far, Fronter is getting the better of this top side just in the health trades. Not actually managed to build himself a CS lead as of yet. We will need to keep an eye on that. A big CS lead, though, is building already in this mid lane. Linkazo at the moment struggling on the Anivia to keep up with Knight's Mel. Fronter is doing a lot of damage to Cubis.
And now Cubis has to be careful. He did a good job not to feed the Gwen too much on the Ornn last time, but now it's a Fiora, and now you're on a champion that's more fight heavy. You got to be careful. And now, speaking of being careful, Kill's going to have to be careful over here, but he's going to use the bandage toss to go in onto Gusano. But now,
A lot of
the
damage.
Gusano just may be dead, and Kill is going to be able to flash away, but Gusano will flash away as well. And this is the other problem in this bot lane, is there is not enough damage to stop Kill.
And it was a Guardian proc there, just keeping Gusano alive. I think he actually might have had heal up. So if so, very smart hold on the heal, just knowing that it would not be needed. And Salkaron, without the flash up, can't follow any further. So that will end there. Linkazo so far struggling a little bit in the matchup, is just throwing Qs at the Mel who can reflect them fairly easily. We'll have to wait and see how long it takes for Linkazo to stop throwing the Qs directly into the Mel. Realise it's just a bit of a waste of time. Interesting thing with the Anivia, which a lot of people don't actually realise, and one reason why they often take Electrocute, is if you hit someone with the Anivia wall, so that they get displaced, it counts as a spell hit. So it counts as one of your 3 towards an Electrocute. So something you can actually do is auto EW to proc the Electrocute on someone, which tends to be, against something like the Mel, might be a bit easier to do. Psycheron.
Yeah, now Psycheron going to be in a little bit of danger, but they should not have the damage for this. And this is also what I didn't like about this bot lane. It's the lack of damage. But speaking of lack of damage, there's not going to be any in this bot lane as they're going to look to go in. And now Fido's going to be on the Gusano, but Dr. Mason is going to be left behind. And somehow he will get away, but the bailout will not be there, and he will not get away long enough as Psycheron will go up 2-0.
And yeah, like I said, you need this Jhin ahead really for it to feel like a champion, and this Jhin is ahead right now. Especially with him building the lethality, this could turn very scary very quickly. We also have Linkazo struggling a little bit in this mid lane, though, so although the Jhin is ahead across... there is a little window of light here for Oswald. That Mel, currently with the highest CS in the game, has a lot of gold, maybe even the most. I actually don't know what the gold in the game is, but possibly, probably not. It's probably on Jhin actually, but has a decent gold lead over the lane opponent of Linkazo. There we see the gold. So yeah, pretty much as expected.
The Maiden, it may go down. It's not what you want. You know how much power the Maiden brings for Cubis, but Fronta now going to be chased down and maybe in a little bit of danger. He should be able to walk out unless the pillar comes out, but he will dash through it. And now look over at the Void Grubs as they're starting to position around them. This is also the first game in the series where the first Drake was taken early. And look at that early damage from Psycheron. But this is going to be scary.
An early lead with a Dirk, that hurts. And we'll get to see how well now this bot lane is able to snowball when they're ahead. We didn't really get to see much from Psycheron last game. It was a little bit of a disappointment, honestly, on the Corgi. Nice early game, but it fell off quite hard. So we'll have to see whether he can keep it up on this Jhin or whether it shall also fall off.
Yeah, and Knight, again, keep your eyes on him. Look at the mid lane CS, 20 CS ahead, and over in the ADC role, almost 30 CS difference. This is not how you want this to go for Roswell. I don't know how you wanted it to go. Let me just preface. I do not know how you wanted this to go, but this definitely is not it.
Not like this.
Knight, I think, is the big key back into this game. if you want to end it here in 4. But if it keeps going the way it's going, we may just have game 5 on the cards.
I will say as well, though, Cubis is not too far behind, and if the Yorick does get ahead of the Fiora, definitely another point in the map which can exert a lot of pressure. I think now that Jin has level 6, we might see him potentially look for a gank on Fronter if Fronter steps up too far. But what we can see right now is Cubis is really struggling to get this wave to move from being at Fronter's tower. Fronter doing a really good job. Oh, ultimate.
And the grand
Put
challenge
down.
going to come out, and Cubis is actually going to flash away from that. Maybe a bit preemptive. I think I would have tried to hold it, but I'm not the one playing, and there's a reason I'm not. So I'll be quiet.
I was going to say, I would have liked to have seen Jin go up to that top lane anyway and just help get that wave
but
in.
hold on a second.
But
Fido's going to go right in, and Dr. May is going to be dead again, and the bailout will not be there. And now Gusano is going to be in a lot of trouble as the curtains are going to be called, and the
nice
final shot will barely miss, and Gusano will survive. But Fronta locked in a little pit, but Cubis will finally bring his wife back to life and have his power back yet again. Look at the gold lead, by the way. I'd just like to point this out. 2,000.
Ooh,
and Jin may be in a little bit of trouble here. He wants to defend his turret, but he may not get the chance to, as this may actually just be first turret going over, as Jin looking to fight them off, but there's not much he can do, and Fido gonna chunk him down, and now Jin's down to half HP, but Knight is here. Do they want to make a play? It looks like no, and everyone will back away.
And just a little bit of a slowdown. The Yorick finally gets some alone time with the enemy tower up top. Almost manages to get himself a plate on another push. He should get it. Killer, though, just keeps bandage tossing in on this Amumu. He just wants to make some friends. And unfortunately, everyone he's touched so far has pretty much just died on him. Right,
yeah, but now a little bit of trading down, and Linkazo almost goes down to the ultimate, but it will not be enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. Even if it was, he still has the egg passive. So, I mean, you just need to proc the egg to put him under some danger at the moment. We probably won't see any kills come out in this mid lane. It's quite unlikely. Oh, but there's bandage toss into
we're going to see a kill here as Gusano's just going to go down, but Jin's going to go in the middle of them all as the Transient Corruption comes down over the top, and it's going to be catching out a kill. But now there's more danger as Knight's going to be coming in, but they're going to be forced to back off, and Jin will start to take the Hextech Drake, but Knight is getting chunked out, and now everyone's going to be positioning. If we can go take a look at this bot side, they're going to look to make their move as the curtains are going to be called, and Jin's going to jump in front, but the public execution will execute him on the spot!
And Jin just trying to block for his teammates, help keep them alive there, but he's the one that gets executed in the end. He gives his life for his teammates, the Drake goes over as well, and CG have this game currently in their hands. 2,500 gold in advantage for them. Pretty much all on the Jin though, it does have to be said right now. Oh, Fronter. Cubis running back in there.
Fronter trading, but Fronta, look at how much healing there is, and he will survive as Cubis has to back.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Cubis ran back in there. He was out, still had the ultimate on him. He runs back in, allowing Fronta to get the grand challenge to be completed and get all of that healing. And it's just back to a bit of farming in the jungle. Gusano trying to be a bit of a menace here and just annoying Fito. Knight to back it up. They're going to try and take away this red buff. There's a root actually.
Yeah, now Fito has to flash out of there. And just going to taunt him and give a little bit of a wave and a smile as he walks away. But now Kill maybe in a little bit of trouble as he uses the blast cone and just barely gets away from the solar snare. But now everyone is here and everyone has to back off and be careful. They know of the Linkazo coming in, and just to be a little bit of a nuisance, we'll block them off.
And
If you want to
there is
know a
a
little
good reason
funny
for this, in fact.
Windwall, never mind. There's nothing funny about this. As Jin's gonna go right in with the ultimate, but it's not gonna be enough. As Zenkazu is just too dang tanky, and the wall will push him back. If you want to know a
Yeah.
little fun trick with the Anivia wall, play Anivia support. Put the wall up after your first 2 minions have crossed past the bottom turret, and then they will be pathed to walk around to the edge of the turret, and you just body block them in. You can build up some massive lane pushes. It is not fair, but that's a little bit of a fun fact about Anivia if you want to go be an absolute menace in your solo queue games. But now they're going to set their eyes on the Rift Herald for the side of Cyclone Gaming.
Ooh, Killer might step up too
Now,
far.
hold on a second.
What Linkasa was actually doing there wasn't just being annoying. There was a mid wave actually under the turret, so did actually deny some CS gold there and all the XP from at least the casters, if nothing else. So it was a decent play to just hold them all there, although it did look very funny to do so. TG are just pushing in this mid lane now, using the power of the Jhin. Well, they're jumping in.
Yeah, now Gusano may be in a little bit of danger as the hostile takeover is going to take over. And now Jhin is going to go in, but Kill's going to pop the ultimate as the public execution. They're going to come out, but now Jin's in a lot of danger and he needs to look for the reset, but he won't be able to find it. And now Knight is going to have the curtains pulled on him, but he will be able to get out of there, and it will be a 2-for-1 over in the mid lane.
Yeah, 2-for-1 in the mid lane. They're summoning up this Rift Herald as well. The mid tower is going to fall. Not often you see the mid tower being the first one to fall, but there we go. Very happy there if you are CG, Cyclone Gaming. 4,000 gold in the lead. You're pretty much putting a lot of pressure down onto this top and bottom turret as well. In fact, they rode the Rift Herald over, so it won't get a charge though. It was distracted by the wave. Bit unfortunate for Cyclone Gaming there, but they're still very happy with this overall outcome. And
yeah, but
it's actually the lane we kind of expected least to matter, that's mattering the most right now.
Yeah, but if you look at the gold lead for almost 4,500, and this game may just be out of reach. For Roswell Green, you don't even have a Drake. Last time you were down a lot, you had Drakes to buy yourself some time, but this looks hopeless. I mean, if you're Roswell Green, what is your angle back into this game?
You gotta slow down. I would honestly, if I was Jhin right now, I don't know why he hasn't, but I'd be looking towards if you can get some punishment onto this Fiora, try and get the Yorick ahead, try and give him the advantage in the side lane, because at the moment it's all on Fronter. In fact, here we go. They get the flash out, that's a good start. Now they just got to come back again to do it a different time. It would have been nice to see this a lot earlier on, when the Fiora is a lot weaker. He now has the full Ravenous Hydra, Cubis not yet with the full item. So there's that. Oh, and here we go.
Now
so here's
they're
the
actually going to go right in onto the Fiora with the Nocturne ultimate, and Fronta should just be down here as Jin's actually going to flash forward and pick up the kill. But look how much effort it took, and there has actually been a pause of the game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they didn't get that onto the Yorick. It would have been very good on the Yorick to have that. But we have a pause, so we'll have to wait until we get some information on what that is, why that has happened. I didn't see anything that looked too untowards there. So, okay, we've had information. It's just a bit of a lag issue, so one of the players inside of CG is just trying to fix that, and we should be back into game hopefully in not too long. As a reminder, it is currently 2-1 to Roswell Green. They are behind in this game. Cyclone Gaming looking to even up the score and take us to that game 5.
Yeah, and
we will
we
be
do
going
have
back
order
in
going back
shortly.
in. We just had to fix a little bit of lagging from one of the ADCs, but I mean, you gotta pick and look at the gold lead. You've reduced it by 1,000, but you still have so much work to do as Cubis is maybe stepping away from his monitor in the fountain. He'll finally sit back down. But it's going to be interesting to see what they want to do for the side of Roswell Green. If they maybe wait to fight at the Drake, do you just keep trying to force picks? What you mentioned slowing the game down and looking for picks maybe onto the Fiora, but is there anyone else or any other plans you also would say they should enact?
I mean, really, you want to get a kill on this Jhin if you can. That is currently worth 1,000 gold to just the person who gets that final hit, and then worth all the extra assist gold to anyone else that helps out. If you can somehow catch this Jhin out, that is who you really want to kill. Because that gold swing will be massive. That said, like I say, when you're looking for how are you likely to win this game now, you probably do just want to try and get the Yorick more into this game. Fronta at the moment is kind of just running this top lane.
Yeah, now
Cubis
Cubis
there
has
flashing.
to flash out, and Fronta just gonna be rewarded with the maiden unless she gets recalled. But she will make a mad dash as she realized she was a bit late for dinner. But Fido Homa's taking a bite out of Gusano, and now both teams have to be careful here.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to fight over right now. There's the Drake spawning, I think. Or is it spawned, in fact? Can't tell. Drake is currently up. Weird, it's not appearing. There's a bug. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it's not appearing on the minimap. There's some sort of bug with the minimap right now. So there's no Drake up. There is the Atakan, so we could see the teams try and make a fight over that. But to be honest, I think it's just up to CG right now whether they want to try and force something or not.
Yeah, and they
This is
will
quite a
actually
top
start
lane.
the
That's a lot of
Otacon,
damage on
and
Fronta.
Cubis is going to be going on to Fronta. But take a look over at the bottom lane.
That
The
zoning.
Anivia wall will lock him out, but suddenly there's a massive stun on the kill, and the Chains of Corruption are going to go onto him. But you just put everything onto the support, and now Jin's going to go right in onto Linkazor, but he's going to be found out by Sekaran, and now he's going to go down, and he doesn't have the reset. The hostile takeover is a massive whip as Knight blocking back the curtain call, but everyone will start to back away.
And it's a 1-for-1. Roswell Green very happy to just take that right now. Oh, but the Jin's overstepping. This is what they really want.
Yeah, and Sekaran now has to be careful. He's in a lot of danger, and he will get to back off. But now the public execution is going to go right in on the Knight, and now he's going to flash out of there, but Fido going to look to find him. And now the reset with the
bailout does bring Knight back.
Thank you. I cannot remember the name Bailout, and it's one of my favorite in the game. But Knight will be brought back, but his life will be traded for Gusano's.
And yeah, that's still all right for the side of Roswald Green. Trades right now are good for you. Would have loved to get that Jhin. Bit of a shame for them after he overstepped. Fronta though, getting into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
and again, maybe we're going to end up with a lot of fights over the Atakan.
Yeah, and the gold lead is still sitting at about 3,500. And that Otacon fight is what Roswell Green needed. And I think that could have been your key back into it. But you didn't end up really taking advantage. And now the Mountain Drake is up. And if you're Roswell Green, you really have to contest this. You cannot hand a Mountain Drake over. You don't want to hand the Mountain Soul over to an Mbessa and a Mumu, but you don't want to let them get there either. But these two top laners still just enjoying their time away from all the action as they'll do some trading. But for Roswell Green, do you think this is a Drake they have to fight, or do you think they can kind of back off at this one?
I mean, it's definitely not one they have to fight. It's always nice if they can look for something, they can maybe get a little pick. They just want to be careful about not overcommitting to anything at the moment. They are still quite a ways down, and they've got to be very careful about that Jhin. Of course, the thing is, Jin's power is very gated by his attack speed. So, if they can get some quick trades, or even very long trades, potentially they can get the better of this Jhin. A lot of fighting up top.
Yeah, but now Fronta may be
trouble.
getting the better of Cubis, but the Grand Challenge is going to come in, but the
Found Jhin.
Amumu is going to come out in response to the darkness, but the hostile takeover over the top is going to be big, and now the Amumu is going to be down, but now it's going to be Fido getting away, but the public execution on the Knights, and Knights just going to drop, and Gustano's going to be next up, as Licazo's going to look to chase the demo, and Gustano's going to have to flash away, and that will be the end of him, and Fido will take down Dr. Mate, as Fronta drops Cubis in the top side, and it's a 5-for-1, and they will get any objective that they please.
An ace across the map for CG, and they're gonna take that mid inner, they're gonna take the top inner, they're gonna take the Mountain Drake, putting them on Soul Point as their reward. And now CG, it's all in their hands with a 7.7k lead. They just need to look for the end of this game. How will they do it? Probably look towards this Baron. They take the Baron, they just need one more good fight to end the game. This Jhin is honestly in such a disgustingly strong spot at the moment that as long as he doesn't overstep, and it's been close a few times, they should be able to end this game.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out Fido proving why the Mbessa jungle was not a bad pick. And I mentioned it. She has a good clear time. She's been played in the jungle from what I've seen. And now everything's just falling apart. I'm sorry, I think our overlay may be a bit bugged. Cyclone Gaming do have the Mountain Soul. And we forgot
so
with the pause, it bugs it out a little bit, but now they're going to look for a pick onto Sekiron, who's just going to make sure not to overstep, but now he may be a little bit too far forward. The question is, how do you play this? And he's got teammates waiting on the opposite side, and he will back off to them. But the thing is that the Otacon is still up. Yeah, sometimes you just get that sixth sense. You haven't seen him on the map for a while, but everything is falling apart for Roswell Green. And with an 8.5k gold deficit, I don't think that you have any magic that can bring this one back. I think Cyclone Gaming, we criticized their team comp, but I could see exactly what they're going for, and they've played the team comp to perfection.
I mean, I think a lot of it is helped by Roswell Green's team comp, if I'm honest, but they have played it very well for what it is, and they are executing well to get towards the end of this game. Ooh, insta flash from Cubis.
Knight looking to go in on the Fronta, but you can see Fronta's damaged, almost blowing up Knight, and the Baron will be started, but now Kill's just going to go in and pop the ultimate as the public execution is going to come out, and the hostile takeover over on the backside, but Dr. Mate's going to be dropped, and Nocturne will turn out the lights, but the only lights being turned out are the ones on their lives here in Game 4.
And with 5 left versus 2, surely This is in CG's hands to end the game with this push. If they can pull this trigger, if they can get onto one of these two champions that are left, they could push this down and end the game right here. It's all on CG's heads. Will they do it? They've got one inhib, 3 are backing off already. They break the 2 final outers, they'll take the bot inhib, but it looks like they'll just back off after this one. Most of the team backing off to get that Baron. They're playing it very safe. Just making sure that there's no more slip-ups after how some of the previous games have gone. You can't blame them, so that's very normal.
Yeah, if we could take a look at the bottom side, I think the Otacon's a little glitched out. I think it may be gone already. But now, Roswell Green just... you're arriving after dinner's been cleaned up. And, you know, you can enjoy the few crumbs and the piece of bread left on the table. But... just nothing to eat here, as the gold lead is 13,000, and it's just about to get worse. As if you're Roswell Green, what is the hope of getting back into this game, if there is any at all?
Your hope is CG mess up. That's pretty much all you can hope for at this point. The game is not in your hands anymore by any stretch of the imagination. You need CG to mess up badly. Probably the thing you really want most is you want Psycheron to overstep and just give you a kill. Knight is just picked up there.
Just dead. Sometimes you don't realize how strong a Fiora can be.
Yeah, there's not really anything you can do right now from Roswell's side.
There's
and
nothing
now CG
you can
are just
do
gonna
here
walk this
for the
down.
side of Roswell Green. You're gonna try to defend this with everything you have left to give, but now you should really be talking about what happened in this game and what you can do differently, as everything is going to start to fall apart and the base is going to be broken down as the super minion is going to come in, and now this will be their last breath here in game 4. And what can they do as Cubits is just going to be chunked down, and he's just going to have his health bar eaten up, and the lights are turned out to get him out of there, but they're all going to be looking to back up, and now everyone's just looking to position. But now the curtains are going to be called, and they may be called on your lives, as now everyone's going to go in, and the hostile takeover over the top is just not enough, as everyone's going to be dropping. And now it's a 3v3. Somehow they might have survived this, but the empowered minions are still going to do a lot of work, and Gusano's looking to go down to Linkazo, and the teleport's going to be coming in, and the inhibitor turrets are going to fall next after Dr. Mate, and Cubits are going to fall. And now, Q Silver Scrapes, we have game 5 here in the Upper Grand Final.
And what a game. A bit of a statement game from Cyclone Gaming there, saying, do you know what, we might have messed up that game 3, but if we just run back a similar sort of strategy, we push in the bot lane, we push in the top lane, forget those advantages, and we don't give up those advantages, we can win these games. And now it will all be over to what do Roswell Green want to do in the final game. Will they pick red side? So far, everyone with the choice, apart from in game 1, has picked red.
Going to be really interesting to see, but ladies and gentlemen, we will not be able to find out after the break, and after the break we will have the question answered: what is going to happen in the draft, who will be going to the grand finals. Make sure to stick around for after the break.
I can't hear him.
I had my mic muted. Great. Yeah. You know,
There we go.
if they get to draft
You-
a scuffed draft, I get to have a scuffed mic, okay? Like,
I appreciate it. You
anyway,
were making me feel better for doing it earlier, obviously.
you know, everybody gets one in a series, but definitely, I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was a horrible draft from Roswell Green, and I need to see a lot better if they're going to go to the grand finals here. But we have game 5. Everything comes down to this. There are so many champions off the table. And so now is when you really have to go into your bag of tricks for this one. Maybe you see something slip through that's been banned all draft or something like that.
Yeah.
But what is your kind of key to winning this next game for either side?
So I think if you're on CG's side, you have a clear way you've won, or but done well, at least in the last 2 games, where you've given Fronter something where he can dominate that side lane, you've given the bot lane something where they can get ahead, and you've just kind of neutralized in the mid lane to try and keep Knight from getting too far ahead on the enemy team. That's worked really well for you. Of course, you don't have the counter pick now, so that's going to be a bit harder, especially to set up in that top lane. But you can at least try and get one of the 2 top or bot lane going. Meanwhile, it's very much, it's kind of similar from the opposite side, just the other way around. You know, Roswald, they're going to look to try and neutralize the top lane. They're going to try and look to get their mid lane ahead and give a way for their bot lane to get ahead. I think both teams have very clear paths to win from this point.
If there's a champion you want to see come out here, what would you like to see? I'd love to see something like maybe a Zeri or a Jinx, some sort of hyperscaling carry. There's still a Zir on the table as well over in the mid lane if players feel comfortable on that. But what is a champion you'd like to see here for either side?
I'm going to go a bit different with this. Not necessarily a champion that's good for either side, but I have noticed that
Don't you dare say Yumi.
plays... No, Fito plays some Elise. I'd like to see some Elise. It's been a while since I've seen Elise played. I'd love to see an Elise get played.
Be an interesting one. But now we'll get into the draft and take a look at all the champions banned. They will have to watch from the bench, and Some champions that will not be joining us for this entire series are the Hui,
Staying
Set,
banned from
Seraphine,
CG.
Malphite, Yone, and Olaf. And our producer is rolling in his grave right now, seeing his Seraphine banned away.
But Aphelios is locked in first. We get some Moon Boy. It's been a while since I've seen some Moon Boy, and he is countered with the other very long-range AD carry, hyperscaling AD carry of Jinx. We might just see two AD carry ball comps here, but the Jinx is backed up by a Lulu, the premier support for a hyperscaling AD carry. So how will
And
Cyclone
I
Gaming
called it.
counter this?
I love to see it. The Jinx, I said a Jinx or a Zeri, especially for Roswell Green, was my thought, as we know how important Dr. Mate is, and I'm so happy to see this come out. What?
Yep, Thresh locked
you,
in, so something
what
that
are you
can
kind of
definitely
thinking about
punish.
these?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need more information on what they're locking in. The Thresh is an interesting one. Lulu can kind of counter it, but it is something that can definitely get the kill onto the Lulu. And I love me some Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is a flex pick. And Cho'Gath is actually an amazing flex pick. It can go pretty much anywhere. This Cho'Gath right now could be top jungle or mid from what we've already seen locked in.
And Jarvan, I would love to see, but Cho'Gath makes this Jarvan's job 10 times harder with the feast.
Yes, Jarvan is
Definitely something to
honestly
keep
such
in
a good
mind.
pick. It is such a good pick here. You have three champions without dashes, without ways to get out of the Jarvan cage. You already know that, for example, Ornn is gone from earlier in the series, so you can't lock in the Ornn to break the Jarvan cage. So Jarvan here, just a really strong jungler to pick up. And it looks like Roswell are going to go towards banning away LeBlanc, interestingly enough. And CG are thinking about banning the Mordekaiser. I imagine CG here are going to ban two champions that do very well into whatever they're thinking of picking for Frontier in the top lane. Because from how they've done well before is basically getting him quite ahead. So by getting rid of champions that do well into whichever one he wants to pick. I mean, I do know he plays a decent amount of Shen, and Shen is still open. I believe it was banned in one of the games, but not the others, so it's on the radar for Roswald Green that it could be picked. Now it's up to them if they want to lock in their mid or top. Who are they going to save the counter pick for? Who are they going to let CG counter pick? And Morgana, this really is we're putting all of the eggs in our AD carry basket. Morgana can do a lot of damage, but even doing a lot of damage, you have that black shield ready for your Jinx. And it's not the strongest of champions to play in the mid lane. It can struggle to clear the waves. It does struggle to clear the waves, especially kind of early on. You can run out of mana very quickly. It will be
Speaking
countered
of wave
with
clear,
the
though, it's a
Ziggs.
Ziggs. Yeah, and a Lee
Oh, the Lee
Sin.
Sin. This
Oh, and
is
it's
the
locked
most
in. This
played,
is a treat for game 5.
the most played champion for Fito. They're going back to the basics. Let's lock in something we are just very comfortable playing. A very smart thing to do, especially when your backs are against the wall. I would have loved to see the Elise his second most played, but we'll take the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin is fun. Of course, there's a bit of a problem with something like a Lee Sin in this draft. There's a Lulu polymorph you're against. There's a black shield. If people are paying attention, they can stop your insec.
Yeah, and the
And
Shen
Roswell,
locked in is Roswell Green's last one.
yeah, they pick up the Shen. This really is just a everything in the Jinx basket for Roswell Green. Cyclone have a bit more of a standard team comp, let's say, with your AP carry, your AD carry, your front line, your bruiser, your engage. Roswell really are just, hey, we've got a Jarvan to lock them in a cage. and then we've got a Jinx to right-click on the cage and hopefully win us the game. So I have to see how that goes for them. A lot of focus is going to be on this bot lane.
All the focus is this bot lane. You said, I think this all comes down to the Jinx. Morgana, I love the pick in the mid lane. She's really strong. But the Ziggs is going to be clearing those waves. It's going to present some problems, especially later on in the game as Ziggs gets stronger. His wave clear is going to be insane. So is the Jinx's and everything. And it's going to be interesting how this Shen is piloted, as it is one of Cubus's favorites. But the problem is every time you use that ultimate, you are actively losing CS. But every time you use the ultimate, and then you are getting there much faster than a Cho'Gath teleporting to bot. But Cho'Gath, the feast is going to be massive coming in on these smite fights. The Jarvan cage is going to be massive. This is going to be so chaotic. There are going to be sparks and fireworks flying left and right. The Aphelios, one of the most mechanically demanding champions in the game, coming out. The Jinx, the classic hyper carry. This is going to be nothing short of an amazing battle here in Game 5. The one thing I'm worried about is the Thresh, as it is such a hard champion to pilot, and it's very easy to screw yourself over, where you hook the wrong target or you hook at a bad time and suddenly you're stuck in place watching as the enemies stampede upon you. Or the Ziggs, the Mega Inferno Bomb could be huge. You're going to lock them in the Jarvan cage, and that Mega Inferno Bomb could come out as a counter. I don't know how this is going to go, but this is going to be an amazing Game 5.
That it is, and obviously we're going to spend probably most of this game looking towards the bot lane, as we should with these kind of team comps. And we should get some really cool fights around the Drakes. All we can say is we hope that it's not a complete stomp one way in the bot lane, as with these team comps, if it is, that's pretty much the game decided. So yeah, all that's really left is to get into this game and find out who is going to take Game 5 and get themselves to the grand finals, and who is going to get knocked down into that lower bracket and have to fight their way back up for a chance yet again.
Who's
I
team
don't know how
comp
long
do
we
you
have to
prefer?
get into game. Who's team comp? Depends. Who am I playing in this situation? If I'm on Roswell's,
I think I
honestly,
prefer Roswild Greens.
it depends who my AD carry is. I would not want to be playing the AD carry on Roswell Green's side, but if I was any other champion, I'd be so happy to be playing in that comp. Cyclone Gleaming, I'd be happy to play anything, but yeah, I think Roswell, in theory, they have a better team comp. It's whether they can all match together to pilot it and keep the Jinx at least even through the early game.
I agree with you there, and this is scary if you're Dr. Mate, as you are so important. The thing about the Morgana is sometimes her damage output can be a little bit low, but if there's one man in this league that I trust, it's Knight. And that man has been a demon throughout this series. And so I'm looking at Knight to step up on this Morgana.
So what I
But
was
ladies
saying,
and gentlemen, yeah, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 5. The winner of this game will lock in a ticket to the grand finals. This is it. This is everything you have worked for just to get to the grand finals alone, and the job's not even finished after this. These teams have fought tooth and nail today, and they are not done yet. Welcome to Game 5.
And welcome everyone to game 5. Yeah, not too much interesting really to look at in terms of the runes here. All fairly standard runes. Nothing really on the summoners to keep too much of an eye on. We were talking about Morgana beforehand. Morgana can do a surprising amount of damage. If you go, is it Blackfire and Leandries, the amount of burn that you do is absolutely disgusting. To be honest, I'd say even if you're playing support Morgana, it's almost worth building it if you can, because you can pretty much solo someone with those 2 items, just with the amount of time that your Q can keep them locked down if you've maxed W and taken both those items.
Yeah, but now
Apparently, my mic's a bit off. We'll try and fix that, but I have no idea how.
Cubis, it's going to be interesting. I manage this sword. I'm not fully aware of Zhen, but I am aware of this sword moving away. But now, I expect this Cho'Gath to have early priority. That's the thing about Ashen with how tanky he gets, is that he does not need to be winning the lane. But speaking of a lane where you need to be winning, this is it. Dr. Mate, your team's hopes and dreams lie in your hands, and you will have to be the driving factor. But hold on.
We're looking for an early gank.
Maybe looking for something early. And hold on a second. This is exactly what we were expecting early, as Gusano's going to be pulled back. He's going to pop the heal and pop the flash. Spider goes in, but Gusano may already be dead. And they will pick up an early kill on the Sekiron, as he goes up 1-0, and Gusano will drop after burning both summoners. But now, hold on a second. Dr. Mate's in a little bit of trouble. His fighter's not done, but Jin is finally going to be arriving.
And that's I have to give Phyto props there. He worked out exactly where the win con was, and he sacrificed his own.
Hold on a second. Dr. Mate's actually in a lot of danger! As Sekiron will go up 2-0 early!
Did I cast it when I said hopefully we won't have a stomp in the bot lane? No, I think we really have to praise Vito there. Vito really just realized what he needed to do. He went to the bot lane early. He gave up some of his pathing pressure in the jungle. He gave up some of his speed to make sure he got off that early gank, got his bot lane, the ones that were ahead. And that first gank right there might have decided this game.
They might have indeed. But if there's one thing that Roswild Green has proven, it's been that they can fight back from the depths. So Roswild Green, do not count them out yet, but the job just got a lot harder, and everyone has to take a deep breath, especially Dr. Mate and Gusano. And Gusano actually is up a level on Dr. Mate, but you need to take a deep breath. As someone who plays games competitively myself, it's so important to learn to reset your mental, take a deep breath and say, hey, 0-0. Hey, nothing's happened yet. Hey, we got this. Whatever you need to tell yourself for whatever game you're playing, it is so important. But what can you do when you're just getting pulled in by the hook? But now the polymorph on the Sekiron is going to keep them safe for just a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough. As Sekiron has 3 kills, and he's looking for a 4th. And Gusano will just barely walk out of there.
A masterclass in the bot lane here coming out from CG. They're just pressing their lead forwards. They're not taking their foot off the pedal. And Cyclone Gaming, the bot lane, is just taking this game.
They're just taking this game early, and they're just gonna put their foot on their necks and not let them get up, as they take the first Drake, and this gold lead is now almost 5K.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see that there's a lot of CS has been given up in this bot lane. Both bot laners are far down on where they usually should be in the game, but that's because they've been fighting so much. And with all that fighting, it's almost 1,000 gold lead right now for the Aphelios. It looks like he's going towards Collector first, really wanting to press that lead. Collector is one of those items where you can press a lead very hard if you get it. Ooh, Fito's caught out.
Yeah, but hold on. Vito's in a lot of danger as he will be able to flash away, but I do not like going. I don't like any champion going collector first, as it's so expensive and doesn't give a whole lot of stats compared to other items. So I think building collector first is a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I do personally agree with that. I'm not a fan of the Collector either. The one good thing you can say about it is it snowballs you if you do happen to get ahead. So, you know, in this situation, at least it's not the worst of builds. I still would prefer to have just seen like an early, stronger statted crit item. Or hey, if you get this far ahead early, why not just go straight for an IE or something? Absolutely insanity to do so, but you could just do it.
Yeah, and now everyone's taking a deep breath. The action is finally slowed down a little bit, unless Kill can find this hook. He's been lethal on him so far, but for the side of Roswell Green, if you're the team captain, you have to get your boys to breathe. You have to get them to calm down, but you can't calm down when Gusano's already in a lot of trouble again, and they will be able to get him out of there, but it costs his flash. And now Jin is actually going to look for a gank onto the Cho'Gath, and up here front is in a lot of danger, and Jin just going to look to poke away at him. He's going to smite him to slow him down, and the Cataclysm will bring him to his knees. But now over in the bot side, they have to be careful as they're being pushed back under turret. And now
Fito's here.
look who is arriving.
They
Fito
know
is going to look for the gank. They have to clear the wave. They get the
know
wave
Jarvan
cleared,
stop.
but the hook is only onto a minion. But the danger may not be over. Are they aware of Fito
They
here?
see Fito.
They will be made aware as Jin will start to grubs. And actually,
They should
a
back
Cho'Gath
off, really.
teleport right into the middle of the grubs, and they are aware of this. But now Knight is going to look to rotate over to help secure the grubs, but the feast, Fronta will enjoy the food, but he may have enjoyed his meal a bit too much as he's maybe caught out, but now Linkhauser is going to be here to help out his top laner, but it's not going to be enough, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will barely be dodged by the Flash, and this should be two grubs over to the side of Roswild Green.
Yeah, so all things said there, Fronta does manage to pick up one of those grubs, so it's not a full 3 grub stack for Roswell Green. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, although the enemy AD carry is being zoned off the waves, because Vito has just spent all of his time clearing the jungle, they've not lost all that much. So overall, it is just a win for Roswell Green. The gold lead is slowly widening still in this bottom lane, though.
Yeah, and it may be about to widen a lot more, but Kill cannot land the hook. But if you're the side of Roswell Green, what are you telling your bot lane in order to kind of help calm the nerves here?
You're just saying, chill, we scale. Chill, we scale. We've got a Morgana, we've got a Lulu, we've got a Shen. You're not going to be able to die late game. Just hold there, get your items, get your CS, and when your 3 items, we'll meet back up and win the game.
Sounds good, and it's going to be important to make it there, though, as this bot lane's being suffocated down here, as they cannot even step forward, and they just watch their lane get melted in an instant. but
Yeah, and
they
this gold
continue
lead
to
is
have to
just
play under
slowly
tower.
widening.
But hold on a second. Look who is arriving. Sekhiron
There
is
is
not
a
going to have to
lantern.
take the chain, and now Gusano may be in a lot of trouble as he's going to pop the ultimate. But now Sekhiron's in a lot of
Flash.
danger as Jin and Knight have arrived, and Kill is in a lot of trouble too. But Sekhiron is going to go down, and they're going to look to put it on the Jinx. No, Knight will take the kill, and Kill will get out of there. Sekhiron did burn his flash, but not his barrier, and the reward will be the Drake. But hold on.
That's not the end of the world either.
Looking to bring in Fido. And now Dr. Mate's in trouble as Gusano's going to have to look to take it up. And now it doesn't matter as Fido goes in. And now Gusano's in a lot of trouble as Jin is going to look to come over and help. But Knight went back to the mid lane. And Jin is looking to get anything back. But when you start to do good, it just goes wrong yet again. And Jin will go down, and the Mega Inferno Bomb wasn't even needed. And this is just starting to fall off the rails for Roswild Green.
Oh, that's a nice pickup though. You get some gold back onto your Jinx. I was gonna say, yeah, Roswild Green get a nice pick off onto Sekhiron in the bot lane. They pick up the bounty that was on him. It goes onto that Morgana so she can get closer to that 2-item spike that she desperately needs. And she should be able to get her first item very soon. Unfortunately, 2 of the kills going over onto the Jarvan is not exactly what you're aiming for. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. It's still a massive gold lead.
Jarvan. Yeah, and the thing about playing Jarvan, as someone who plays Jarvan myself, the problem with them is it can be very easy to be blown up.
Again.
But speaking of blown up, and now his teammate's going to get blown up, and Dr. Mate is just dead, and Gusano's going to have to flash, and Jin is going to be here to arrive and help get Gusano out of there, but he cannot do enough. Everything is falling apart for Roswild Green, and they may not be able to bring it back. A 3,000 gold lead over to the side of CG.
Yeah. Roswild need to chill a little bit.
Yeah, and Linkazo gonna look for a trade on tonight, and Knight may now be in trouble, but Jin's gonna look to come in, and Linkazo will just select to back off. But look at this top side. Cubis is up a level, but is just beating him down. But speaking of a beatdown, Linkazo is going to be beaten down. His fighter is going to kick back Jing, and then Knight is going to be in the area and put the spell shield on, and it will keep, or the black shield, excuse me, and it will keep Jin alive.
Meanwhile, first turret goes down in that bottom lane. The gold goes over to the Aphelios. He's 1.8k ahead. He's about halfway to that Infinity Edge already as the second item. Meanwhile, Jinx just having completed the first herself. We're starting to see items kind of picked up across the board. Fronta also going to be taking down this top lane turret. 14 minutes into the game, 2 outers down. It really is looking dire right now for Roswild Green.
And that's also the feats going over as
to
well.
bring this back.
Yeah, and that's the feats going over. And you mentioned this team scales into the game. Are you even going to make it to the late game? That's the question. And for Roswild Green, it's scary. And this is all so scary. Excuse me, you do not want to go down to that lower bracket.
Consider this, you want 3 items on your Jinx. You're a third of the way there already. You'll need to do this 2 more times, and then you're there, you're ready to fight. Yeah, I don't think there's really a great spin to put on this. Oh, but they might be able to... Nope, never mind.
They don't have
so
a
they
minion
might be able
wave.
to tower dive.
Look at where the minion wave is, but they're gonna go in for it anyways. As Jin is gonna take up the tower, and Linkazo's gonna be in a lot of trouble, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will take him out, but Gusano will drop in response, and Fronta is here.
It was well played there.
That is how you make
Roswild.
the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played from Oswald. Oh, they're
Now,
going
hold
onto
on, they're
Fronta
actually
now.
going to go right in on the front,
Big
but
Joe.
Jin is just going to be feasted upon, and
Oh,
Dr.
God.
Mate's going to be next on the plate, and Fronta will take a double kill, and Fronta is already scaling out of control in this game.
Yeah, that's a Heartsteel Cho'Gath with ult up. It's not the best person to be fighting. Oh,
Yep, and now Knight gonna be in a little bit of danger. He's gonna pop the ultimate to put the stun on the Fido, and now Cubits is here, and they're gonna look to get a kill on the Fido as the shield is gonna come out, but he's gonna be taken away by the Thresh, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will back them all down.
and yeah, I wish I could give you some good analysis on this game, but honestly, it's just them ganking each other. There's not that much to say about it. They are just mostly ganking each other here and dying to the ganks. So, hey, it's a fun game, but there's not too much analysis to say about it. The Infinity Edge is finished for the Aphelios, so that is a 2-item spike, one of the big spikes in the game that especially if you tend to see for AD carries. So look to see CG try and push even harder than they already have been, try and get something there.
Yeah, and now you have to be careful for Roswild Green. Down 4,500 gold, and your only real angle back into this game is if CG overstep, but CG have been playing this well so far.
Yes, they are going to struggle with taking towers. Jinx is one of those champions that's very good at clearing waves. Unfortunately for the side of Roswild Green, there is 3 different waves to defend against, and not all of their champions are Jinx. So they are going to struggle at least on whichever side the Shen is put on. Morgana can also be pretty decent when she's got the 1-2 items at clearing those waves. Although it does look like she's building Zhonya's second, not Liandry's, so her wave clearing damage is going to be hurt very significantly. Not really a fan of Zhonya's on Morgana, at least not second or first even.
Yeah.
It
should
it's
be
a
a
choice.
third item in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
Jump in an old
now,
button, and if that's your champion, why are you playing
now
Morgana?
Kill
Why aren't you just
may
playing
be
like
in a little
Eco?
bit of trouble as he's gonna flash out there, and the Mega Inferno Bomb not gonna connect onto anyone. But Kill gets rooted up, and he tries to use the hook. But now Kill's gonna be in a lot of trouble as Jin is gonna go in, and he's gonna find it onto him, and they will be able to back out. That is one of those important picks we're talking about. You need to find those, and the problem though is you got to find a lot more of them.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing though, you just keep doing little things like that, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, and hold on a second, Linkazo. No, Knight elects to back off, but then maybe they're setting their eyes on the Fido, and Fronta is going to be coming down, and they are aware of this. But Jin in the front line is going to be kicked away by Fido, and then he's going to be kicked right into Fronta, and now Fronta's in the middle of the mall, but he's going to have to flash out of here. But now Fido's going to be locked up, and the Cataclysm comes down onto 3 of them, but the Mega Death Rocket missed. That was your opportunity, and you missed it. And second round will get a big one, and now Fido gonna dive in the middle of all of them, but he will be dropped. And now there's a lot of dangerous killers gonna be coming in and look to pull someone back.
Oh, Killer goes in.
He goes right into the middle of all 3 of them, and now everyone's gonna be held back, but he will go down. And Knight pops the Seeker's arm guard, and he will still be dropped, but he will burn down Sekiron. And the Mega Inferno Bomb will pick up Gusano. And now Dr. Mate looking to go onto Linkazo, and he'll pick him up. Everyone's gonna drop on the Rift.
And that is what Roswild Green wanted. They managed to get some kills back into their Jinx. They've got some kills onto their Morgana. She's going to be able to start building that Liandry, so not going to end up being too delayed on it in the end. Unfortunately, Sekiron just didn't feel like he could step up safely there. Backed off a little bit, even after doing a lot of damage. Potentially a little bit of a misplay. Also, the team just there fighting the 4v5 without killer did hurt them quite a lot. So they're only 2.7k up now. Game's a bit more to play for, especially with a comp where you are just like holding the Jinx's hand, and Jinx is on 2 items now.
Yeah, and now Jinx becomes a lot scarier, and the Morgana does have her Zhonya's. Keep in mind, she did break that arm guard, so it makes sense to go for the Zhonya's, but now it's still a 2.7k gold lead, but they found their angle and they've proven that they can win fights, and I think that's going to be a confidence booster. And they really should have had that fight completely won, except Dr. Mate put his Mega Death Rocket in the wrong spot, and now Jin going to be in trouble and not going to be able to dodge the Mega in front of Obama. He's going to be chunked down to half HP, but now a lot of trouble, and they're just going to back off. But as I was saying, his Mega Inferno Bomb went for Fronta instead of the 3 people trapped in the Cataclysm. And so, really, Roswell Green should have completely won that fight, but I think the nerves were getting to Dr. Mate.
And it's very interesting how this game's going to progress now, because I think we've got to keep an eye on when these item spikes are completed for the Morgana and the Jinx, because when they both hit that 3 item mark, I think it's up to Roswell at that point to just win this game. It is in their hands, and really they should be able to. The only saving grace past that point really would be if the Cho'Gath can get big enough to sort of ignore them, but that is hard. Especially when you've got something like the Morgana that's going to build full burn against you. And something like the Jinx that will be sped up by a Lulu and a lethal tempo. In terms of gold lead right now, although it does only look like a 3.5k gold lead, there's actually a lot more gold leads across the board, because there is a 1.3k gold lead for the Morgana over the Ziggs currently. Most of that is just going towards building that Leandries. We're almost there. The interesting thing to note is during the last fight as well, Jinx still did not have her full boost, and still does not have her full boost to this moment. So very much relying on Lulu W to speed her up and keep her alive.
Yeah, and now the gold lead, it's starting to get bad again. It's up to 4,000, and so it's definitely something to keep an eye on as Fronta continues to bully out Cubis. Cubis is now down a level, and he just can't get anything back here in the top lane. And the Otacon is up. You have to keep that in mind. But Fronta finally taking some damage, but it's not going to result in anything. But if you're Roswell Green, what do you have to do?
Just keep doing what you've been doing. You're almost to your 3 item spike at this point, and that's where you pretty much should be default winning team fights if you're playing vaguely at the same level as the other team. So they're happy to just keep scaling. Realistically, they would want this Drake to buy them that extra time, but they can afford to give it up. They are close enough now to that final item spikes that they don't need it.
Yeah, and now maybe a little bit of deception and trickery coming out, but the Baron will be spawning. You can see it
mid.
Swimming across, but they're going to actually go down to the middle. But the Flag and Drag did not find anything, and the Mega Inferno Bomb came down, but Gusana is going to be able to relatively avoid it. But Knight is over on the side lane. Or not side lane, but the side. And now everyone's going to back off as the tier 2 upper turret will fall. But everyone has to be careful. Everyone wants that Infernal Drake. CG want Infernal Soul, but I think instead of camping in the bush, Roswell Green should have just gone for the Drake, as you need to buy yourself that extra time. The more time you can buy in this game, the better it'll be for the late game. But now it's looking really sketchy as there's a ton of low health bars.
Yeah, and Fronta, meanwhile, putting all this side pressure down. CG this time, they're playing very patiently. It feels like they did learn from their game with the Gwen to just, you know, when your side laner is winning, you can just let them win for you. And Frontier is TPing in here. Of course, Shen does have that stand united that he can use to come in himself if needed.
Yeah, but I
Looks like
think
the
they
war.
might have just lost the Drake. But there are pings going to be coming down. Everyone has their ultimates, and everyone's going to be here. This may be where the game is decided right now. There are lower health bars for the side of CG, but now
Cho'Gath
he's
Feast is
gonna
up.
get the root onto the Cho'Gath, but the Mega Inferno Bomb's gonna come out over the top, and everyone's gonna start to be trucked down as the redemption gonna come down.
Oh,
There's
but
a ton of damage!
Valley Assault!
Sekiron!
What was that?
A triple kill from Sekiron will bring them all to their knees!
Is this release of Aphelios? What just happened? The entire team just disappeared. And I mean, CG, well played. I didn't even see what happened there. I think it was probably the Aphelios flame ult, just ping between all of them and doing an insane amount of damage. Did bring me back to the days of release Aphelios where, you know, he just kind of one-shot the entire team with a single ult. But they will pick up the Baron. And CG, this is definitely their game to win. 9.4k ahead. Everyone's ahead now on their team. They have the feats of strength. They have their super good boots. They have the Baron. They're one Drake away from Soul. They will really have to mess this up to lose it at this point.
Yeah, and for Roswald Green, there's not much you can do except sit and watch. You gotta hope that someone oversteps, as now Knight does have the Leandries and Flame, but is it enough to even stop Fronta? It's not going to be enough to stop your tier 2 mid from falling. And now you can see that Jin's going to get pulled in and almost chunked out, but all they can do is group together and pray for a miracle here as they are down over 10,000 gold.
Yeah. And really,
and I think you just got a Christmas present.
They're still waiting. They're still waiting for this Jinx to hit the 3 items. If they can, they need to just stall in enough. They can give up an inhib, but they need to keep Jinx alive, get her to that 3 item spike. Morgana now has the 2 items she really needed with that Leandries and the Blackfire. So it's just waiting on Jinx at this point. She is heading back, I think mainly for health, but watch the items. Maybe she has enough. Nope, just components. Nope. Is that Runans? I hope it's Runans. But no,
and now
it's
the inhibitor
still up
is
to
going to start to
Roswald.
fall. And here's the problem. There is a Ziggs on that other side. Ziggs wave clear is some of the best, if not the best, in the game. And so he's going to clear them all. And speaking of clears, look at the Mega Inferno Bomb. There's a Christmas present from above. But the only Christmas present you're going to get is a green.
Jinx is caught. That's the game.
Down. Dr. Mate is already dead. And CG will look to go to the grand finals, as all they have to do is break the Nexus. They stared defeat and death in the eyes, and they said, not today.
And what a statement win from Cyclone Gaming, going to the finals with that. They've got to feel good with themselves, and they really have set down the gauntlet to say, if you come back to the finals, look at what we did to you in that last game, we can do it again. And
that was just domination. I mean, Sekiron, what a performance on the Aphelios. Holy, I mean, that was just brutal to watch.
Yeah, and I think we do also have to give props to Fighter. That early gank in the bot lane was really important. He also had a lot of nice Lee Sin plays throughout the rest of the game, even though Lee Sin falls off quite a lot. And honestly, props to the whole team for CG. They managed to keep themselves alive, keep themselves in the series, despite it going the full 5 games. Definitely deserving to go to the upper finals. For Wild Green, bit of a heartbreak. They were 2-1 up at one point in this series, and it felt like they could potentially do it, but they don't manage to just get there in the end. I think there's definitely things they can learn from some of these games. A few of those drafts, if they'd just been a bit better, gone a bit of a different way, they could have taken this series. So I think they're definitely going to be looking to come back to this finals with a game plan, and with the knowledge that, hey, on a different day, we could have won that series. We can come back into this finals and win. I think we're setting up for an amazing potential finals.
I think we are indeed, but we don't know yet who. My God, what a series that was! I mean, just in that last game, we saw it. Zekrom, the man of the man on a mission. And the man was playing like he's in outer space. He was out of this world with his performance. You saw that Drake fight just automatically blew up 3 of the most important members. I mean, there was nothing Roswell Green can do. They got skill gapped so badly in that last game. But we will have
an interview
coming up shortly as well.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, we've got to mention Killer as well. On the Thresh was hitting so many of those hooks, so many engages, really helped to set Psycheron up for success in that last game. And I think, yeah, it was just props to all the players on CG.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Holy, I mean, that was just. It looks like we'll probably have Fido coming in.
The question is, will the production have his?
Yeah. Yeah, we're figuring out the interviews right now. Here's a little bit of entertainment for you guys. You can get a better look at my cats back here. Come on, say hello. But I mean, look at him. He's really happy that CG won. He's not happy that I woke him up. But what a series out of CG. I mean, Zekrom coming halfway through. I mean, we don't even know if this guy was getting first reps with the team. He might have not been, and he's come in and asked to help lead the team, and he put the team on his back. And oh my God, that was just amazing to see Zekrom be able to step up, especially when he wasn't their starter the full season. And so just what a performance.
So I think we know who we're going to have coming. So because we're doing English stream, and I don't know about you, I only speak English. I'm very very normal Western boy, only speaks the one English language. But we're trying to see if Zekrom would like to come on, but because he doesn't speak great English, that would be a very awkward interview with us trying to communicate. So we're also getting Fito, the jungler, who I think really set up that last game for success. So we should have Fito in just a second. Hello, Fito.
Welcome in, Fito. Congratulations on the win, first off. Congratulations on going to the grand finals. First question, how do you feel? Your mic's muted. Sure hope it wasn't muted during the games. The caster,
okay.
casters
well, we
did
fixed
it once each tonight.
Well, we fixed the production issues.
But yeah,
Oh,
while we get the interview fixed real quick, I mean, everyone played amazing, but I'm especially looking at the fact that, I mean, Doctor Mate and Knight definitely stepped up for the side of Roswell Green, and I think for the side of CG, I mean, Fronta and Sekhiron did amazing. Faito did amazing.
yeah.
I mean, it was absolutely stellar from all of them, as everyone played well, but especially Fido did amazing in the jungle role. Those clutch ganks in game 5. I mean, obviously, a lot of takeaways for either team. I think both teams definitely have things to work on for their next series. But keep in mind they're not out. But we'll finally have the interview working.
We can hear you.
Welcome in.
Yes,
Yes, we
yes,
can
we
hear
hear you
you.
loud and clear.
Brother, how are you feeling? You've made the grand finals.
That's a little bit weird because we started with like a little bit stomp. Then the second and the third game, they just defeat us like a full defeat. But then the fourth and the fifth, the team was like, guys, stop. We won the first game. We know we can win this, and just play the better that we can. And I'm like, it's a mix about nervous and I don't know how to say it. It's like I'm excited. It's nervous and excited. That's the main words that I can express.
Love to
Yeah,
hear
very.
that. We gotta ask. Obviously, you guys went down 2-1 in the series after game 3. What were you guys kind of telling yourselves in the call, in communications? Like, what are you saying to kind of help calm the nerves and refocus in order to set your mental right for games 4 and 5?
The main phrase was about our coach saying, "Guys, what are you doing?" It's like we won the first game. We won the first game. We know how to play this. We know how to play League, and we know that we can win this team. So play as just calm down, play as usual, get more comfy picks, and just bring all your spirit and energy to the Rift, and it's been demonstrated.
Fair enough. Gablet, do you have any questions?
So I think
I have a few
what I want to
more.
ask you is about that last game. We
Mhm.
obviously saw you playing the Lee Sin, and you
Mhm.
chose to go for that early gank on the bottom lane. I assume you saw their comp and realized, hey, we just need to put the Jinx behind. But I just wanted to get
Mhm.
an insight into what were you thinking with your early clear, with where you were going, and what was your thought
Well,
process?
the main idea was we know all the team, like their composition, it's centralized on protect Jinx and bring them just destroy us. And at the moment that we identify that, was like, guys, I will path to bot, I will bring the top to the enemy jungle, let's destroy their win condition. And I said like to Thix, to my mid laner, told like, please put me a ward, and if I saw him bait, then I can think other thing. But from now, I want to destroy that Jinx. And well, you see the one of the last team fights that Aphelios one-shotted 3 people with one ultimate. So it was like, I remember
Oh my
the shot
God.
calling. The shot calling on the team fight was like, guys, focus on. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, that really surprised me as well when it was just sort of like, oh, Aphelios is going, oh, where did they go?
I'm a bronze player in League of Legends. I have never seen Aphelios before, and holy, I guess I never got to see them in that team fight.
it
But
was crazy.
That's what
that
release
was
Aphelios.
crazy.
That's what release Aphelios was like. He
20
pressed ultimate and the entire
200
team
years.
disappeared. Yeah, 200 years. That's where the meme comes from.
Um, My next question is about Game 3. We heard that it was plans to bring Sekiron in, but how do you guys handle that kind of switch? Obviously, maybe not ideal to switch players mid-series. How do you help Sekiron sit down and automatically feel comfortable when maybe he wasn't as warmed up as the rest of you guys?
It was really a little bit strange because it's a staff. It's a guy that's a staff guy, and it was like our ADC was off, and we play it. I don't know, 5-8 games, not much more in the last 3-4 days in duo queue. It's like we cannot train the team, the team play, but we just share a lot of time with him, and it was like the first game, the Corki was a little bit strange, let's say, but I don't know how to say it. We connect. It was like, please play safe. We know how to play. You saw all of our trainings. Just follow us, and well, at the last game he carried alone. So I have no words. I have no more words about him.
Fair enough. I've got two more quick questions. In that fourth game, obviously both team comps are a little bit weird, but we were questioning, was the Ambessa originally a top pick that got flexed into jungle? Or
No.
My man, you planned it all along. I pointed that out in the draft.
It was like it was a flex, but the main idea was a jungle. It was at the R5 was like top laner. What you want, Ambessa or go for other pick? And he said like, go Ambessa. We can destroy it. Go enough. I played a lot of Ambessa and I love the champion.
Fair enough. Last question from me is, looking ahead, you guys are in the grand finals, and looking at the rest of the bracket and who you may face. Can I get any thoughts? Do you think the grand finals, you think Roswell Green's going to run it back? You think maybe we have Roswell Blue make a run? Like, who do you think you're going to kind of face in that grand finals match?
Just a reminder, so it's Dangerous Game versus Roswell Blue. The winner of that's going to face Roswell Green, and then you'll be facing the winner. So what do you think might happen?
From my side, I have like two possible finals. If the next series win Dangerous Games win it, it will rise to the final, and it will be a really good match to watch. But the other side, if Roswell Blue wins the next day, I think Roswell Green will rise it again, and it will be another final, the 21st.
Yeah. Do you have a preferred opponent? Do you want the beautiful game versus Dangerous Green, or you want Roswell Green? You think you're going to beat him again? What's kind of that ideal matchup?
I want the Dangerous Gaming because it's the unique, of all the possibilities that we didn't match it, and was like, okay, we won blue, we won green, Roswell Blue and Roswell Green, so let's win Dangerous Gaming, and it will be like a massive first place.
Love it. Statements.
Yeah.
A statement win. Fair enough. Thank you so much for coming onto the desk, Gablet. Do you have any other questions?
Well,
no. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, statements, any shout outs you want to give, Fido?
I want to say to the next team we will meet on the final, maybe you feel like we throw a lot of games, but we only want to give you advantage to make all the five more funny.
Fair enough. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you for inviting me.
And good luck in the grand finals. We hope you have a great night.
Thank you. For you too. Love you guys.
Thank you. Love you too, dude. Take care.
Bye-bye.
And guys, that was Fido from the side of Cyclone Gaming. Congratulations to Cyclone Gaming on making it to the grand finals. Going to be interesting to see who can take that one. Do you have any predictions on who you think is going to meet them, Gablet?
No. To be frank with it, I've not seen enough of any of the teams to know. I think, like you said, it would be good to see Dangerous Game in the finals, just to see that final matchup of kind of the top four, because I think the top four were quite clear from the standings who they were, and this is kind of the last matchup out of the top four we've not really seen properly, would be Dangerous Game versus Cyclone, so that'd be really cool to see. Do you have a favorite yourself you'd like to see?
I would love to see Dangerous Game. I mean, Fido put it perfectly. When you win a tournament and you didn't face one of the top teams, everyone always likes to put an asterisk on it. Oh, but they didn't face this team. Oh, it would have been different if they faced them. And so I would love to see Dangerous Game make it to the grand finals so that we have that perfect run, because then for either side, no matter who wins it, you can say you beat all of the best teams and it's a definitive win. I think that'll also be one that comes with a lot of sparks and fireworks. But
Indeed.
for now, that'll be it for us here on the desk. Make sure to keep a lookout for the rest of the playoff matches. Do we have any of those confirmed yet, Gablet?
Yes, so on the 18th, 2 days time, so not tomorrow, we're skipping a day, but on the 18th it will be Dangerous Game versus Roswald Blue to see who gets their rematch against Roswald Green.
Yeah, and then on the 19th, it will be Roswald Green versus the winner of Dangerous Game versus Roswald Blue. And then, as mentioned, our grand finals will be on the 21st. Please keep a lookout for all of those games. All of those games will be going live at 20 Central European time. So please make sure to tune in for those matches. Every single one will be a barn burner of a series. But for now, that's it from us here on the desk. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here today. And congratulations to Cyclone Gaming on making the grand finals. Gablet, any final shout outs or things you want to mention?
Well, let me shout you out for casting with me today. And we've got to shout out our beautiful production for the day, whose name I have forgotten. Really bad
Tuba.
Tuba, that's it. Tuba.
Shout out unknown
It's been a long
person.
day for me. So I've been up since like 5 a.m.
Fair enough, brother. I got more casting to do after this and tryouts to run. Wow. I know all about it. But and shout out to my co-caster Gablet, shout out to Tuba, and shout out obviously Ami for bringing us here to cast. Shout out to Cyclone Gaming, and shout out to every single one of you fans at home that sit down and watch this and make this all possible. We love and appreciate everyone for stopping in here today. And for now, that's it from us on the desk. Have a great night.